Thank you very much, choir. Let's please be seated. A round of applause to them. Dear guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Professor Daniel Elius Mush, representing Honorable Professor Adolph Mkenda, Minister of Education, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Vice Chancellor, Finance, Planning and Administration, Professor Benedetta Killian, IACA President, Professor Margaret Juko, Dean of the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. Mona Mwakalinga, ambassadors and representatives of the embassies, keynote speakers, deans, principals, and directors, delegates from the 23 countries, communication scholars and practitioners, invited guests, organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Habari ya asubuhi. Habari ya asubuhi. I don't feel the energy in the room. Habari ya asubuhi. Asante sana. Well, my names are Rehema James Muniko. I'm from the University of Dar es Salaam, School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the hosting school of the 14th of the IACA this year, 2024. Welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam. Welcome to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. Welcome to Tanzania, a land of Ngorongoro, Kilimanjaro, and host you all here at the University Library Auditorium for the next 3 days. And on the 4th day, we are all going to be heading to Zanzibar for those who have registered, and we are going to have a memorable trip, day trip in Zanzibar, going there in the morning and then come back in the evening. Karibuni sana. Without much further ado, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Mona Mwakalinga, the Dean of the Hosting School, to give us the introductory remarks. Karibu sana, Dr. Mona. As she approaches the podium, can we have a round of applause for her, please?
Thank you, Rehema, for a wonderful job that you're doing. She'll be our MC for the next 3 days. Thank you. Your Honor, Deputy, Permanent Secretary, but at the moment, he's representing our guest of honor, the excellent former President, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who's also the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam. He called this morning. He was in Nairobi, working very hard to make sure that Odinga becomes the next chairperson of AU. He called us to tell us that he really would have wished to be here, but his health does not allow him to do so. So he had requested Professor Mushi to help him with being the honor of this conference, and we are very lucky that Professor Mushi, who's also an alumni of this university, said yes. So he has come back home to speak to us. So thank you very much for that, Professor Mushi. Professor Margaret Chiuko, the president of IACA, thank you. We also have the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Research, where this conference falls under his docket. Professor Nelson Boniface is here with us. Thank you very much for coming here. We have in communication, Kaale Nordenstreng, and Professor Ulamaida Vukuru. They have flown all the way from Finland to be here with us. They had worked here in Tanzania for so many years in the 80s of the Professor Kivikuru, who was at one point the director of the School of Journalism back. Karibu sana for coming. We also have key speaker Amy Larson from the US. She had flown coming in yesterday. We appreciate you taking your time to come here with us and being part of this conference. We are hearing all. We also have who are here with us, but we also have our own icon. He will be for coming and being here with us. And I hope all of us make this march. We have representative from the British Commission with us. Here with us, and they've been with us from day one, and they're here with us here. Esteemed scholars, the University Choir, thank you very much. We also have, I would like to thank you. we say Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kazi iendelee. Okay. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Thank you very much. I'd like to say it's an immense pride and great pleasure that I stand here before you today to welcome you to the 14th East African Communication Conference Association. As the Dean of the School of Journalism and Mass Communication of the University of Dar es Salaam, it is my distinct honor to host this prestigious event. This is a 13-year. So we are really humbled by the fact media and communication. First and foremost, here in pursuit of knowledge and progress. I would like to express sincere appreciation to our distinguished guest of honor. Now will be Professor Moshi, who's representing Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who has been a visionary leader and continues to inspire us every day. And it's important about that, but we are honored that he will have the opportunity to take his place. We were supposed to have the Minister of Education, Professor Faustin Kenda, who's also our alumni, but the President of the United Republic of we know he will be able to say something. Ladies and gentlemen, the IACA conference has established itself as a cornerstone for scholarly exchange and professional development in the field of communication and media. Since its inception in 2021, IACA has played a pivotal role in advancing communication studies across East Africa through regional research, innovative policy making, and the practice voice concern to the global world. At the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, we are proud of our long history of contributing to the field of communication and media study. He has written extensively and he knows the School of Journalism as well. Our school academic staff and students have significantly contributed to the global scholarship, addressing issues such as impact of digital technology, the role of media and democracy, and the challenges sustaining media enterprises in the digital age, as well as issues of climate change. Our scholars are frequently invited to present their research at the STEAM International Conference. Last year we had a couple of people, about 3 people going into this conference when it was around the world, sharing insights and forging collaboration that transcend borders. As we know, it's very important to collaborate. We live in a world where discussing and sharing ideas and collaborating is the way to solve a developmental issue. So the School of Journalism of African scholarship in challenging, prevailing the narrative that we so often hear, and therefore we offer fresh perspective rooted in the rich and diverse experiences of our continent. It's time and highly time for us to make sure that we speak from the ground, from us, rather than other people speaking of us. So this conference, we are speaking of our issue, but we are amplifying it to the world to be able to hear it and understand we are also part of the global world. As we gather here in Dar es Salaam, I encourage you to immerse yourself fully in the discussion, share your insights, seize the opportunity to build lasting partnership. The YACA conference is not just a venue to meet, share ideas, collaborate, and move forward. Thank you very much. I am informed, and please do forgive me, I only mentioned Amy Larson as our representative from the U.S. Embassy with us here sitting, Kalisha and Chidosa. Thank you very much for coming. Just as well, we have representative from the Chinese Embassy. Thank you again for coming. Thank you very much. It means a lot to us. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to the conference convener, and I say this sincerely and with so again, very much for hard work and dedication that have made this event possible. I also wish to thank our esteemed speakers and panelists, because without our panelists, without our scholar, this will not happen. So we are here and we are ready to hear of what you want to say. Your effort ensures that we are not just hosting a conference, but we are creating an experience that all of us who attend this conference. Distinguished guests, the presence of over 300 participants, we had over 300 participants wanting to come here, and from 23 countries is a testament to the importance of this gathering. It reflects as we embark on this journey together, let us commit to advancing the standards of communication in media studies. Perspective of the diverse voices in the contribution. In conclusion, I extend my warm welcome to all of you, as Rehema said, to Tanzania, to Dar es Salaam, to the University of this will be a very transformative, unforgettable, and memorable conference experience. Your Excellency, Professor Mushi, and all the delegates, let us seize this opportunity to shape the narrative of Africa on the global stage, driving progress and innovation in communication and media. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for listening.
Professor Benedetta Killian is representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor William Anangisye. Okay, moving on, allow me now to invite to the from UNESCO. They have on behalf of Karibu Sana.
Honorable Deputy Permanent Secretary, Professor Daniel Elias Mushi, Ministry of Education, Science and Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Professor Ben Venwi-Rutina, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Professor Boniface Nielsen, and Chair of Juko, and the Dean of School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Professor Mona Mwakalegwa. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, 2024 East African Communication Association Conference from 23 countries. All it's a great pleasure and of course an absolute honor focusing on African global dialogue on media and communication. As a United Nations agency, UNICEF of media to promoting the rights and well-being of every child. And of course, media and communication play in shaping the narrative of digital platforms and the proliferation of information that needs for responsible, inclusive, ethical media practices has never been greater. As communicators, with nuance and empathy and the challenges around harmful stereotypes and misconceptions. UNICEF's work around the world, let me start by noting that, shows us that time and again the transformative impact that communication can have, whether it's raising awareness on child protection issues, promoting positive parenting practices, or amplifying the views of young activists. Communication is a cornerstone for everything that we do and for every effort that we build to make sure that there is a better future here and globally. UNICEF over the past years has partnered with the University of Dar es Salaam in various platforms or social and behavior change capacity gap assessment that was completed nationwide was led by the University of Dar es Salaam and owned by the University of Dar es Salaam. And we and innovative exercises whereby we leverage the capacity within the university, especially around digital technology, AI, to ensure that the agenda that we have around children is advanced effectively and efficiently, but also the work that we do. We would want as a behavioral science and a behavioral insights laboratory that can be established to inform every development work that we do. So we do not really take this partnership lightly, and I want to thank Professor Mona for really taking us on board as your key partners and allies. In this particular juncture, I'm also very heartened by the conference's focus on media innovation and, as I mentioned, AI-driven media literacy and the role of media in as we engage, all of us, in discussions and collaborative exchange over the past 3 days, over the next 3 which we've been doing very well. But how can we expand on this? How can we ensure that our practices are also the child rights and protection? I'm glad that one of the sessions that we are holding on the third day is going to also empower all children we need to know how UNICEF stands for our family.
Michelle Toto, who's UNESCO representative in Tanzania. And our head was of the diplomatic corps, colleagues from the United Nations, vice chancellors here present, Professor Margaret Juko, president of the Eastern Africa Community, distinguished communicators, colleagues, invited guests. I hope all protocol is observed. It's really an honor to address you today. 14th Communication Association. As we our focus on Africa and the global dialogue on media is pivotal. Media and information literacy is now more than a skill. It's a fundamental tool that empowers and critically engage to discern fact from fiction and to participate work can shape how media and information is across sectors, from education and governance to health and community engagement. The insights you generate have the power to influence policy, to build resilience, and to foster informed, empowered citizens. We need your expertise to invest and social change, and to develop innovative ways to integrate media and information literacy into both formal and informal education. Through collaboration with the African Union, the East African Community, governments, educational institutions, and civil society, complex media landscape, contributing to stronger democracy and resilient communities. Unaweza support you on this journey, and together we can make a significant difference. Thank you.
With a very brief entertainment from students of the Creative Arts Department of the University. Dancers, Creative Arts Department. Live on YouTube, Mlimani TV YouTube channel. Mlimani TV UDSM. Please, to your friends and colleagues, to see the progress of this conference. Dancers from the Creative Arts. And we have Wi-Fi in the room, which is powered by Vodacom Tanzania. IACA-UDISM3, and the password is IACA@2024. Karibuni sana, tufanye haraka kidogo. Creative Arts Department of the University of Dar es Salaam. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, students from the Creative Arts Department of the University of Dar es Salaam. Moving on with our schedule, let me invite now to the podium Deputy Vice Chancellor, FPA, Finance, Planning and Administration, Professor Benedetta Killian, who is representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor William Anangise.
Professor Daniel Moshi, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, and it became the University of Muhimbili. And then our Faculty of Agriculture also was taken away and it became Sokoine University, which is situated in Morogoro. And we thought, okay, now they have taken, you know, a big part of us. And before we knew it, they took Arid University, which is nearby, which became also an independent university. So this is the other universities in Tanzania, and we are very proud of that role that has been entrusted. We host about a total of 40,000 students here, and 3,500 staff. Half of our staff have PhDs. We have about 48% of our student populations are females, so we are almost getting very close to 50-50 here at the University of Dar es Salaam, taking into account that when we started back in 1961, there was only one female. So right now we are 48%. I think it's a big achievement. University of Dar es Salaam is also a comprehensive university. We have all kinds of specializations, so all fields: humanities, social sciences, engineering, law, education, land and architectural studies, commerce, agriculture, and of course, School of Journalism and Mass Communication. So let me take this opportunity to welcome you all. I think when you have time after you are busy time attending the conference, then you can actually go around and enjoy this beautiful campus. Actually, we get awards we annually. Most of the time, we get awards that are being offered by the Ministry of Environment for being the beautiful public institution, but institution actually of all public organizations, and environmentally friendly with the scenery. Let me once again welcome you all. There is a story, actually, if I can use this time to tell you. Our founding father of the nation, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, back early in 1960s, when he was looking for a place to build the university, he had two areas. This place, and the other one, I'm told, near the beach. So he came here at the hill, you know, mountainous, very green, and then he went to the other, plot, and then he decided to pick this place. And since then, it became known as the Hill, and we have kept that name. A few remarks, and with great honor and humility, let me welcome you again. And I think I'm supposed to invite the guest of honor, but doesn't sound, where is the, not now. Thank you very much. So let me end here and thank you very much.
Very much, Professor Killian. I will later bring you back to the podium to invite the guest of honor. Now it is the moment. University Choir, are we ready to invite to the podium the president of IACA? University Choir, join me with celebrations to invite the president of IACA, Professor Margaret Juko. She will come and give us the greetings, and then later on she will invite Professor Kale Nodesteng and Professor Ulamaya Kivikuru. University Choir very briefly as she approaches the podium. A round of applause.
Asante sana. Habari ya asubuhi. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education. Also the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, and the former President of the Republic of Tanzania, DVC Finance and Planning of University of Dar es Salaam, Bernadette Kilian, DVC of Academics and Research, Professor Boniface Nelson, Excellencies, the ambassadors of Rwanda, Kenya, South Africa, and China, representatives of UNESCO, UNICEF, UNDP, TK, and the UK High Commission, and our the Vice President of IACA, Professor James Chiwanuka-Tondo, and the former former President, Professor Wilson Ugangu, and I want to recognize the convener, Dr. Mkoko, who is also the board member of IACA. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues in the academy, and the fellow media and communication scholars and practitioners and students, and all delegates of the East African Communication Association Conference from the 23 countries. We will know about these countries later. Allow me to bring greetings from members of the board that are not here, the Secretary General, Mrs. Edin, Professor Nancy Buka. They are not able to join us this time. A conference for IACA, which has the theme, Africa and the Global Dialogue on Media and Communication. For many of us, we know that this theme underscores the critical role that Africa plays in shaping global media global scale. Its relevance lies in, among others, the rapidly evolving media landscape that poses a magnitude of both challenges and opportunities for media and communication professionals across the region. From traditional media to digital platforms, African voices are resonating louder than ever before reaching audiences far beyond our borders. In this new global interconnected world, the global dialogue on media and communication is more important than ever. This conference, as many before, provides us with a platform to engage in meaningful discussions on these issues, and we share our best practices and explore innovative approaches to media and communication in the digital age. When we come together, we engage in collaborative discussions which lead to collaborative research projects and other engagements. It is through open and inclusive conversations that we can bridge cultural divides, challenge stereotypes, and amplify the voices of marginalized communication. As communicators and, of course, media practitioners, we have responsibility to uphold the principles of truth, transparency, and integrity in our work, ensuring that both we tell or they tell reflect the richness and complexity of African experiences. However, we face challenges, from issues of press freedom and media bias to the digital divide and sustainability concerns. It's imperative that we address these challenges head-on, while also seizing the opportunities presented by the new communication technologies, platforms for innovation and collaboration. Let us seize the opportunity to learn from one another as we are here. Let's network, let's build lasting partnerships, and collectively shape the narrative of African on the global stage. I urge each and every delegate and every participant to actively participate, to network, to contribute your insights, and be agents of change in advancing Africa's voice in the global media landscape. Together, we can inspire positivity and transformation, challenge misconceptions, and celebrate the diversity that defines our continent. And standards of media ethics and professionalism to promoting diversity and inclusivity in our content, and to working together to strengthen the impact and influence of African media on the global stage. Let the conference be a platform for dialogue, learning, inspiration, as we explore how we can collectively elevate Africa's voice in the global media landscape. Together, we can shape narratives, build bridges, and make meaningful impact in the world of media and communication. Together, we can inspire positive transformations and challenge transformations and celebrate the diversity. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the University of Dar es Salaam, the Vice Chancellors, the Vice Chancellor, the DVCs represented here today, and in particular the Dean, Dr. Mona Mwakalinga. When we sent him our invitation, sent her our invitation, she didn't hesitate. And my colleagues who have organized such conferences, we have had many in Kenya, we have had some in Rwanda, 2 in Rwanda, we have had Burundi. They know what goes on into organizing these conferences. In addition to the funds, we also have to put in muscle. This. So I thank Dr. Mukoko and your team, the organizing team. This one might be one of the greatest conferences we are having. Dr. Mukoko received so many abstracts. In fact, it was overwhelming. They received 200 abstracts. And for this, I also thank the delegates. Thank you for submitting abstracts. And they're all great abstracts. And none of them was turned down. In addition to abstracts, he also received a number of panel proposals. And putting all that on the program is not easy. So we thank you so much, the organizing team. We thank you, Dr. Mukoko. And to the entire IACA family, thank you for your dedication to our shared mission. And we look forward to engaging with you all in enriching discussions and collaborations. I thank the keynote speakers. Putting these speeches is also a lot of work. And in the academia, we have so much on our plate. Sometimes we feel that we have beaten so much that we can swallow. But these invitations to offer keynotes, people never hesitated. So I thank you all. And I thank the presenters and attendees. Because without you, in fact, if we had 10, there was no way we are going to have a conference. May this conference be successful.
Thank you very much, Professor Margaret Juko, IACA President. Now, I would like to bring to the podium Professor Kale Notestang and Professor Olamaya Kivikuru for the keynote address. Mr. Hume, is everything ready? Thank you. A round of applause as they approach the podium.
Honorable members of the university and IACA leadership, honor, dear colleagues and friends, warm thanks for inviting us to this historical moment. It's not only historical, but also nostalgic for me, as I first visited the Parastatal Tanzania School of Journalism back in 1978, when most of you were not even born. I was a UNESCO consultant advising a new curriculum. Then in the early 80s, I served almost 3 years as a lecturer and coordinator of studies at TSJ with the Finnish development assistance. A lot of hair and 2 legs those days.
I followed her as a spouse during my sabbatical, and later, after the turn of the millennium, used to annually teach introductory courses at the school, which by then had been integrated as a faculty of the University of Dar es Salaam. I also organized an opportunity for a lecturer of the school to write a doctoral dissertation in Tampere. It was Ayub Rioba, currently Director General of Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation, here defending Professor Audrey Gatsepo from Ghana, with me chairing the academic event.
But now to here and now, we shall introduce the theme of the conference with broad journalism at this very time of stage, which is universally considered as being in turmoil. It will be a very short and concise presentation or overview of broad perspectives. Our presentation with links to various sources is available for those who are interested more in details.
My take on the turmoil two mega trends operating behind everything in the contemporary world: increasing militarism and deteriorating state of environment. These are highlighted in a couple of slides. This is from the Stockholm International showing how the world military expenditure, driven by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, rose 7% in 2023, highest level recorded by SIPRI. Also in 2023, military spending increased in all 5 geographic regions for the first time in history. African military spending in the overall picture is really marginal, up there, hardly even seen. This slide is from the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, IPCC, demonstrating central consequences of global warming at different levels of the forecasts. Without going to detail, the overall picture is really alarming. Next slide from the Climate Action Tracker shows how the universally accepted Paris Agreement to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees looks quite unlikely to be met by the end of the century. Even the most optimistic scenario of the Paris Agreement no longer appears to be realistic, while governments tend to pull back from the implementation of their pledges. In short, the big picture of the world is distressing. Some even see that humanity is heading towards global disaster in a few decades.
What then could be the mega trends in the world of media and journalism? The British media scholar Simon Cottle reminded us that there is no scarcity of information available for reporting crisis. Quite the opposite. There is an overflow of information. There are mainstream facts, there are contradictory facts, alternative materials, and already then he also mentioned the growing internet-based sources and networks. Scarcity of sources was not the reason for poor catastrophe reporting. It was something else. Today the sources are multiple, and social media are continuously expanding.
The media world today is indeed far from a simple panorama of press, broadcasting, film, and other conventional mass media. The media sector is dramatically expanded by the social media, which often reach more people, especially among the younger generation, than do the conventional media. Also, it is important to realize that media today are deeply integrated into the commercial sector with all the media infrastructures and advertising, etc., occupying much more space in the financial market than do the mass media, as shown by the list of the world's top 10 media companies. Just a reminder running through these top 10.
What about the future? Here is an example of forecasting media trends. A group of our Finnish colleagues recently prepared scenarios for the Finnish mediascape by 2035. The situation is in a highly developed Africa. Some common elements, so the curves are worth analyzing a little more closely. The first curve assumes that society develops roughly in the same way as today. Accordingly, the media field is focusing something that the researchers call news wilderness, a never-ending flow of news competing about the attention. Small tailored media are doing well, big ones not so well. Competition is tough and quite interesting. Most of the competing media are owned by the same companies, often transnationals. Expensive human work is reduced to a minimum. The result of 2035 is that the mediascape is filled with specified and hyperlocal media bubbles. The public splits and develops mistrust, even suspicion, toward people living in another bubble. Second scenario highlights media under threat of war. In many small European countries, people have come to fear war. Finland has an over 1,300 kilometers shared border with Russia, and Finns vividly remember the two wars against the Soviet Union 2-3 generations ago. According to this scenario, fear of war will increase, and the role of the conventional media among the population will grow in importance. People will seek trustworthy information, protection, and comfort. The need for information is high. But in such a situation, national security demands limit media freedom, and patriotism gains strength. Deviant voices grow fainter. The third scenario describes quite a wild situation. Global warming has reached a phase where the society is breaking up and geopolitical crises accumulate. The whole social system loses credibility, and so do the establishment media. News volumes grow, but the quality of content declines. However, numbers of truth seekers gradually start to grow, and new media emerge based on serious scrutiny of facts. The fourth scenario suggests a polarized media use in society. The public is divided into small elites which can afford payment walls and a large digital precariat. Consumes large volumes of entertainment and is easily misled in larger social and political issues. Entertainment is the real winner in the media business. The role of journalism declines. Big media companies operate on a monthly payment system, flooding their customers with huge volumes of low-quality entertainment content, often produced by AI. Especially scenarios 1 and 4 merit attention and reflection by media professionals. The two others seem to provide a safe place for quality journalism. But when the media can function more freely, they end up offering huge volumes of crash news or entertainment, low quality. It's not a very nice picture of media professionals and industries behind them.
In practice, of course, and at least in the northern conditions, all 4 scenarios are likely to be included in the total mix. However, 2 persistent tendencies of journalism can be found everywhere as points for critical examination.
First, journalism tends to have a slightly schizophrenic relationship to the concept of time. Speed is considered ideal, although the right for the first definition of a topic is largely gone already, while the social media like TikTok and others are always but the winners of the speed game. In such a situation, it would be best to invest in analysis and reflection, not speed of transmission. Second, journalism is fascinated by novelty. Many attempts to elevate its level have been made, but how many remember the alternative media, citizen media, journalism, community media, transparency, etc.? Many of these have contributed something valuable to journalism, but they have not been digested and matured because something new always appears in the agenda.
And let us not forget truth as the ultimate objective of journalism. Fake news and disinformation have given new impetus to reflect upon the art of truth-seeking. However, unfortunately, truth has not become a serious target of academic and professional analysis, but rather a slogan for characterizing even a new post-truth era. In this situation, there is an urgent need for media in general and journalism in particular to understand the way in which contemporary reality is represented in various media spheres. The good old question of media versus reality relationship as an aspect of philosophical epistemology. What is needed is not cynical labeling of truth and objectivity as unattainable objectives, thus encouraging anti-intellectual. Instead, serious consideration is needed of the nature of truth and its construction of piecemeal elements bound together by holistic ideas. Fact-checking as part of this is essential, but it is not enough. Here, journalism and media face a huge challenge, beginning with the classics of philosophy from Socrates to Plato, including the sphere of values and ethics, and ending with issues of audience appreciation of media coverage and trust by the public. Nowadays, mainly distrust of the media by the public.
What about Africa in all this? First, it's definitely underrepresented on the global media arena. The big newsmakers have not found enough interest in Africa, and that is repeatedly reflected in rumors, misunderstandings, and prejudices that media are spreading. More African research is needed on this theme. Daring but academic comments are welcome. There's different pages. Compared with European mediascapes, various African media sceneries appear far more interesting than European examples of the news wilderness, which was talked about earlier. And the African mediascapes also present refreshing challenges. There are dramatic variations in media availability within societies. There are different and demanding language choices to be made. Radio still clings to its central place in society. There are developmental shades in most activities, and narration is allowed much more space in journalism.
The tendency to become over in the novelties is also visible in media research. It could be revealing to carry out analyses of dominant themes in international as well as national academic journals in the field. When social media entered the communication arena, our professional journals became filled with articles discussing about the new era of democracy, while practically anybody could establish a discussion platform. Things did not turn out that way, as we know, rather the opposite. Now, the fashionable theme is AI. It is everywhere, also included in the catalogue of this conference.
We do not mean that researchers should not take an interest in fashionable themes. Research always promotes knowledge. However, and especially when complex and difficult topics are concerned, one might easily pronounce hasty judgments before knowing all the elements included. And then again a new fashion emerges and the previous one is abandoned. A perennial theme requiring interest, research and reflection is decolonization and its effects on present-day communication form and content. To be honest, we researchers have often paid lip service to this theme, while only relatively few serious attempts have been made to address it. Even in Finland, which was colonized by Sweden for 600 years. Also, Anglo-American media hegemony, which at one time was quite fashionable theme, is by now largely overlooked, although its characteristics still lack proper analysis. Today also BRICS and its challenges to the Western dominance in media could invite updates of the decolonization paradigm, not to mention the African treasure house of precious and painful legacies of colonialism. Hopefully it will this time be penetrating analysis and not only following a trend.
Returning to the title of our presentation, media and journalism is indeed operating in a global turmoil, but its own substance is also deeply in turmoil. On media and journalism alone, but that we keep a balance between this focus of our attention and the rest of the world, including the existential issues of humankind. In general, we should be of overemphasizing a media-centered worldview, and even academic curricula should remind us about the need to study enough also other aspects of life. Only such an approach is an ethically mature and responsible scholarship.
Asante.
A big round of applause as they leave the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our keynote speakers, Professor Kale and Professor Ulamaya. That was quite an insightful presentation. I would like to bring back to the podium FPA, Finance, Planning and Administration, Professor Benedetta Killian, who is representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor William Anangisye, to come and invite the guest of honor, Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education. Karibu sana, Professor.
To give his remarks. Karibu Mheshimiwa.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Oh, I don't feel that energy in the room. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are not scared by the paradigm shift that is happening in the media landscape. Yes, Professor Benedetta Killian, Deputy Vice Chancellor, responsible for planning, finance, and administration, and today representing Professor William Anangisye, who is the Vice Chancellor for the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Nelson Boniface, Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for research and innovation at the University of Dar es Salaam, Professor Margaret Juko, President of IACA. We have to practice pronouncing IACA, and then by the end of the 3 days we'll be conversant and to pronounce it easily. Yes, members of diplomatic corps present, our development partners, representative of our development partners, our keynote speakers, whom we have been last week, this morning, Professor Kale and Ulemaya, Dr. Mona Mwakalinga, the Dean for the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. And at this point, I have to recognize one particular person who has been very instrumental in organizing this very, very successful event. And his name is Dr. Mkoko. Where is he? Yes. Moderators for the sessions to come, representative from the local and international media present, esteemed delegates present in this room, all invited guests. Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself a bit. And as you might have heard from the previous speakers, My name is Daniel Mushi, and I'm currently serving as the Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, responsible for the science, technology, innovation, and higher education portfolio. And I'm greatly honored to be at this very particular university today, which is my first visit to institutions that fall under my portfolio. So the University of Dar es Salaam should feel lucky to have had this very first visit since I was appointed as the Deputy Permanent Secretary. As some of you might know, I previously served as the Deputy Permanent Secretary in another ministry, known as Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries. And there I was actually responsible for the livestock portfolio, having background in livestock. Those from the food science and technology might reserve my name as a future external examiner if they wish, after this responsibility though. So, as you might know again, on 14th of this month, our President, Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, made slight change on government machinery. That again, today, I am here representing my minister, Professor Mkenda, whom you had invited to this particular event. And he would very much have loved to be here with you, but for the reason that were mentioned earlier on by Professor Bernard Deta, he has had to be in Arusha in the CEO meeting that is graced by our president. And I was prepared to when I received a call that the expected guest of honor couldn't make it for the reasons very well. So I had to take up my arms and be ready to deliver the speech that would have otherwise been delivered by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former president and the incumbent chancellor for this prestigious university. So whatever I'll be saying from now on, Kikwete, who was supposed to grace this event today. But before I deliver the message that he intended to deliver to you today, allow me to say a few things about the focus of today's conference that says Africa Communication, Africa Global Dialogue of Media and Communication. When I read through the abstract, I was made to understand that this conference brings together researchers and scientists in the media and information studies so as to reflect on the evolving media landscape, which partly reflects on the need for research that very much informs our understanding and collective action. And for us as the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, we underscore the importance of research. And we definitely call upon more effort to mobilize resources so that we can carry out research that will actually make us more informed and catch up with the allow me then to say what Dr. Kikwete would have said if he had managed to get time to come and talk to you. Conference, YACA, which is, as I'm told, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam. And it is, as I'm told again, a record-breaking event, considering the participation that has happened in the previous meeting of this nature. The high level of attendance, around 300 participants, and around 200 abstracts, tells us the interest that the media, fraternity have in connection to, actually have for Tanzania. And I think every one of you who has made time to attend this very important event. It is with great pleasure that I join you for the official opening of this event under the theme Africa and Global Dialogue. I express my sincerity to all the participants, you, as I have just said, for contributing to this distinguished event. As Professor Benedetta said earlier on, if it were not for your contribution, this event wouldn't have been possible to organize, because we need contribution from as various and diverse group of researchers to make this particular event a success. So I thank you very, very much for your interest and participating in person in this very important event. On behalf of the government of United Republic of Tanzania, through the University of Dar es Salaam, it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to the United Republic of Tanzania. And apart from the main objective of attending this conference, I believe you shall have time to go around and explore the country's beauty. And I'm told that there is an arrangement to take you to Zanzibar in the course of your stay here. So those who are interested to visit Zanzibar and see the beauty of as early as possible, so that you can get time to go and see the beauty and fascinating nature of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the primary objective of this conference is to engage in discussions and exchange knowledge and experience, to explore strategies for addressing fundamental challenges and opportunities in the global media and communication. We have just heard from Professor Carl and our facing media landscape today. So we need to bring our ideas together, we need to bring our brains together and discuss on the opportunities and the challenges that are brought by the very dynamic nature of the media landscape today. I've taken note of the future of media in 2035. And I hope that in the course of our, stay here, we will on issues that were raised by our keynote speakers, so that eventually we don't end up with information overload. We need to have ways of filtering the information that we get from the media, so that we maintain peace, we contribute to our economic development, we remain safe from, misinformation and stuff like that. We all acknowledge the fact that at the moment, media, especially social media, is becoming very powerful. We are all aware of the Gen Z fracas recently, and Honorable Ambassador is changing media landscape. Looking through the program, I have noted 12 different sub-themes that will actually be the focus of the conference that we are having. And these sub-themes target innovation, sustainability, child protection from harmful online content, election and democracy, conflict issues, tourism and climate change, which actually echoes what Professor Karl and Ulemaya alluded to earlier on. So these sub-themes are very timely and relevant, and we see this as a learning opportunity for all of us in this particular room. And your contribution to this conference are important, as the media and communication professionals are responsible for carrying them forward. Ladies and gentlemen, a society without information literacy will always fall into the trap of disinformation and misinformation. And in this very particular case, these sub-themes, especially on this matter of information literacy, would bring critical discussion that would help address these issues. Artificial intelligence as a new paradigm, if appropriately utilized, can be beneficial to our development. Yet, you can see that this aspect of artificial intelligence can actually interlink with other areas such as innovation, child protection, marketing, investigative journalism, and reinventing media and communications strategies. The media and communication sector contribute primarily to the country's development. We need to have right information so that we can engage ourselves in productive and economic activities. So the media plays a vital role in health and economy. But unfortunately, we all know that media can contribute to countries' decomposing development when it embraces unethical, irresponsible, and divisive practice. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has come at the right time as we look forward to accelerating economic development of our country through innovative and integrative approaches to media and communication. The sub-theme on tourism, climate change, and variability is timely as the world is now focusing on the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, along with the Sustainable Development Goals, which set out a global framework to end extreme poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and fix climate change by the year 2030. We saw from the presentation by Ulemaya and Kala again on the trajectory on temperature change over time. And I was a bit scared when he mentioned that the humanity is at jeopardy if we don't take responsible measures to mitigate, climate change and variability. This year, in our country, we had disaster, we had El Nino, and it was mess everywhere. And we know what is behind the El Nino. The scientists can say it, but temperature rise contributes significantly to this particular year. When the temperature rises, evaporation increases in the ocean, and in the subsequent season we have heavy downpours. And if the country is not prepared in terms of infrastructure to contain such variability, everything ends up in a mess. So we all need to take collective action to address issues related with climate change and variability. In Tanzania, we are currently promoting the blue economy by recognizing the role of blue economy in promoting social economic development through the sea and related resources to support inclusive and sustainable economic growth and create employment opportunities. This is one of the areas to actually pay attention to in promoting tourism and other financial activities. Again, the media role in publicizing our national parks to the locals and foreigners cannot be overemphasized. I've just mentioned to you that there are plans to just to see the fascinating landscape of this very beautiful island. So please block a day or so in the course of your stay here so that you can visit this beautiful island as part of tourism. It is time to mobilize knowledge and skills from every corner of the world and combine professionalism and different experiences to solve challenges facing the media and communication sector today. If I should, echo what key challenges that are facing media today include issues like disinformation, hate speech, right, and stuff like that. These are the challenges that we should all take up responsibility to make sure that they are contained, and eventually the media will actually deliver action as needed. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that this conference will bring new ideas and ways to improve media challenges from academic and to practitioners' point of view. I wish you enlightening scientific presentations, fruitful discussions, and networking throughout this conference. We have already started enjoying, the taste of the discussions that are going to happen in the next few days. So I ask and urge every one of you to remain attentive and to contribute honestly to topics that are going to be presented from the 12 sub-themes that I mentioned earlier on, from which we can all learn and take collective action to make our planet a better living place. Before I end my remarks, I would like to express my appreciation once again, whether financially or in terms of logistics, to ensure that this meeting is held here at the University of Dar es Salaam. If you look at the banner right there, you will see a number of, our friends that have joined us, have joined our hands in making this event a success. So I appreciate that, and I thank you all for coming up and stepping into our effort to making this event a success. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to officially declare that the 14th East African Communication Association, famously known as IACA, conference at the University of Dar es Salaam officially opened. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Daniel Elius Mushi. A round of applause. Thank you very much for officiating the opening of the 14th IACA Conference 2024 here in Tanzania at the University of Dar es Salaam. We are now at the photo session. It's going to be very, very brief, but as we prepare the stage I would like to call to the podium the convener, Dr. Egbert Mkoko, to give special recognition of the delegates. Yes. And ushers, please, can we have 7 seats at the stand? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Here in Tanzania, we have our Gen Z, just like in Kenya. And when you walk around Dar es Salaam, they will greet you, Mambo. You know how to respond? Okay, Mambo. That's how you respond. So when you meet Gen Z just around, but they're very good guys. Don't worry. When they say Mambo, just say Poa. Okay, our guest of honor, thank you for your speech. I just want to let you know who are they in this building and where are they coming from. So I just want to introduce the participants of the IACA 2024 conference and the countries that they are representing. As we have heard that we have representatives from 23 countries. So let's start with the host, and then you have to stand up so that other participants could know that you are coming from Tanzania and the countries that I mentioned. Participants from Tanzania, can you please stand up? Tanzania? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sure that in the next conference, you'll also attend at this number. Participants from Kenya? Wow, wow. A great number of participants. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Participants from Uganda? Uganda. Thank you so much. That is Uganda. Thank you so much. Participants from Rwanda? Rwanda. Wow. A great number from Rwanda. Thank you so much. Also, maybe they will arrive tomorrow. We have participants from Mauritius. Mauritius for the first time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much from Mauritius. And now, participants from Republic of South Africa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you so much. Participants from Zimbabwe, Zim. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Somalia. Participants from Nigeria. That's Nigeria. Participants from Ghana, they arrived. Ghana? Yes. Have Ghana, thank you. Participants from... Okay, I will be here. Participants from India. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Participants from Norway. Wow, thank you so much. Participants from Sweden. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, they are. Participants from the Netherlands. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have also participants from Denmark. Danish, okay. And I think last but not least, participants from the United Kingdom. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much from the United Kingdom. And by the way, the stage is it's fine. Okay, just wait. I'm honored to have two people. Mali, oh, participant from Mali, thank you. And I'm sorry for forgetting, yeah, sorry. That's our 24th from Mali, thank you so much. Senegal, wow, Senegal. Very important people here. One is my PhD supervisor, Professor Janina. Can you please stand up, from the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa? Thank you so much, Prof. And second, before being employed by the University of Dar es Salaam, I was a journalist. I was working as a journalist in a TV station. While working as a journalist, I had one journalist whom we have to meet here and there. And now, she is a lecturer at the University of Westminster in UK. Leah. She was my former journalist. And today, she's a lecturer in the UK. Thank you, MC.
A round of applause to the convener. Thank you very much. I would kindly like to invite to the stage the guest of honor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, FPA, representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, DVC Research, and ambassadors from Kenya and South Africa to come and take the stage for a group photo. Watu wa kamera, tuko tayari? Dr. Doto, kindly assist. This is going to be the first photo. And then after this photo, may I have the following ready for the second photo, which is the representatives from the US Embassy, UK, TICA, Rwanda, Rwanda, Chinese Embassy, UNESCO, UNICEF, and UN. Representatives, please. And then the next photo, the third one, will be of our keynote speakers. After our keynote speakers, the fourth photo will be of the IACA board members. They should also be ready after the keynote speakers. Please. Yes. Professor Ulamaya and Professor Kale. And also Amy Larson from the US. Keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Yes. IACA board members, please. After this photo, it's your turn. Thank you very much, keynote speakers. IACA board members. After this photo, we shall have the representatives from all the 23 countries. One person from each country to come and take a photo with the high table. One person from each of the 23 countries. That will be the last photo, sorry. But after this, can I invite to the stage Yes, yes. All the countries, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, just one representative from each country. Anyone can represent. Mauritius, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Somalia, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, 25, yes, 25 countries, thank you. Gambia, Burkina Faso, China, India, US, UK, Norway, Sweden, yes, Netherlands, Finland, Denmark, Mali, University of Dar es Salaam staff, please. The last photo will be of the organizing committee. Ushers, please bring the organizing committee to the stage. Ushers, bring the organizing committee to the stage. Organizing committee to the stage. Thank you very much. Yes, it is now tea time, and the high table will have their tea at the VIP room. And ushers, please direct all the delegates to the tea room center, please. Ushers, direct the delegates to the tea room center. Thank you.
Media and communication experts, they should focus on professionalism and
seen all these debates online from other people, they come back to the journalists, to the professional communicators. And in that sense, professional communicators should be seen to provide the expertise on information, the expertise on knowledge and on issues that really encompass diversity, but in a professional way. Yes, please.
And what are your 5 expectations for both 3 days in Tanzania?
My expectations are quite high because already looking at the program, we have a diversity of, discussions which will really take us along the way to the last day. And I believe in there we are going to get a lot of knowledge and networking and sharing, which will really brings an appetite for the next conference. But also, we've been told that there's a trip to Zanzibar, so perhaps that will really cap it up. But I'm excited already about what is happening.
Welcome to Tanzania. Well, enjoy your 3 days in Tanzania.
Asante sana.
Karibu. Yes, Good
afternoon, how are you?
I'm fine. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Tanzania. I'm working with the Tanzania Media Foundation. I'm the executive director. And I will be the keynote speaker tomorrow.
Wow. And what are your areas of expertise?
The media, and communication. Yeah, that is my area of expertise. Yeah.
And what are your expectations on these 3 days of the conference?
Yeah, I have many expectations. Most of it is because you see we have different people from different nations in Africa and outside Africa, and we have different experts who are going to present, and even today we have had presenters or keynote speakers presenting a lot of knowledge in the media. So my expectations is to get some critical knowledge in media from different experts who are going to present. Yeah.
As the head of communication corporation, and what do you want to see that this conference will change, or what do you want to see the future of communication and media industry?
Yeah, actually, you see in the media we talk of different categories of content, and there is one which I call myself higher order journalism, and the higher order journalism is a critical journalism or public interest journalism, which according to the University of Salaam, the studies on media content quality is very small in the media sector. So attending this program, this conference, that means I'm going to hear people promoting public interest journalism and even giving some kind of insights on how this kind of journalism should be done. But again, issues of artificial intelligence and how what we call augmented journalism, how can be promoted in Tanzania and even in East Africa, and even in Africa as in general. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, asante sana. Thank you. Yeah.
Now, dear viewers, we are live in our YouTube channel, Mlimani TV UDism, but also you can follow us in our Instagram, Facebook at Mlimani TV Official, together at our social media, School of Journalism social media pages. We will be there to inform you. Now we have another guest. Madam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where are you coming from?
I come from Daystar University in Nairobi, Kenya.
Wow, what's your name?
My name is Dr. Beatrice Mbogo. Yeah.
How do you feel to be part of the 14th East African Cooperation?
It's very exciting because I thought it's just about East African countries, but I've had people from West Africa, from Mauritius, from other countries who have shown up for the IACA conference. Yeah.
What are your expectations on your 3 days of this conference?
I'm expecting to learn more about the theme, or from the theme, which is Africa and the global dialogue of media and communication. So, of course, that's a very broad topic. So there are topics I've seen on the schedule that I'm very interested in, especially. Yes.
So the development of science and technology has brought about development and different things in digital platform, yeah? So is there any threats or opportunities in there?
Lots of threats, for example, in terms of what, and in this case I have to refer to the Gen Z, what the Gen Z think is what we need in terms of content. Sometimes they are forgetting culture, they are forgetting we are religious, they are forgetting many other aspects of that they should be including, and more wanting to trend on issues that are probably non-issues for us Gen X. So those are the threats, when we forget who we are as we run away with the technology we have. But there are very many other opportunities included in there. There are many opportunities, for example, to create our own stories, which we keep saying we have been ignored in international media. Now we are able to go after and cover our own stories and do what we want with them without having to wait for Western media to control that. And also another opportunity is for us to have our youth engaged, not saying they are not employed. They can now benefit from the same technology, among many others. Yeah.
And there's the outbreak of citizen journalism. And how does that affect the mainstream media? Yeah.
I feel like it controls the story nowadays because it's the media are having to get the news from citizen journalism because they don't get there fast enough. Because these people are present, they are part of the picture. So sometimes I feel like it's affecting the mainstream media in terms of profit and how much money they can make from what they are presenting to us. We have found alternatives.
On the issue of fact-checking, so the citizen journalists are broadcasting news without checking if this is true or not true. Yeah. How do you find that?
Well, that's very misleading because for us, for the receivers, now I'm talking as a receiver, we tend to believe everything. And they haven't been fact-checked. And every time we do that, we feel more vulnerable and we stop believing the media. So it loses credibility for the media if people don't fact check. Because when we discover the truth later, we'll be like, why did I have to believe this story in the first place? But we are all vulnerable. So the people controlling the media need to understand the importance of fact checking, as has been emphasized. Very important to fact check everything.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can still follow us live at Mlimani TV, UDism, a YouTube channel. But I want to remind you that we'll be here for 3 days, starting today, Wednesday, the 28th August, to Friday, the 30th of August at the University of Dar es Salaam. I have another guest. Yes, madam, welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and how are you?
I'm fine. I'm happy to see you.
I'm really happy to see you and to be here as well. Congratulations for organizing such a wonderful event.
Thank you so much. So tell me, what are your expectations? What is your name and where are you coming from?
Yes, my name is Anastasia Rugaba, and I'm the Director for Advocacy and Engagement at a civil society organization called Unaweza East Africa. So this is a civil society organization that's working in Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda. Yes.
Wow. And what are your expectations in this conference?
Of course, I have a lot of expectations, and I'm so glad that my expectations have been met somehow, I can say, on the first day, and I'm looking forward to see all my expectations met by the end of the program. Yeah, so media and communication is the backbone of everything. Yeah, as you know, from the beginning of the life, when a child is born, the first thing is communication. Yeah, even though the child will be crying, but he's communicating that I'm alive and I'm in the world. Yes, yes. So communication is a backbone of every human being, and we really value media and communication. That's why I also studied mass communication in my first degree and in my master's program. So I'm here, and I'm glad that there's a lot of professionals in the communications, but also professors and doctors and practitioners in the communication and the media field, and we are really learning a lot. And I'm expecting to leave here with a lot of knowledge to transfer to the other generation of our mentees who are also learning from us, like on how we are practicing communication and media in Tanzania. So like if you look at our country now in Tanzania, yeah, we are approaching the general elections. And there are some of the programs in this conference that will be on elections, yeah. So on like the role of communication and media during elections. So I would really want to learn from that, yeah, because I want to see that our country that has promised the world that we will be having a democratic election. Yes, so I want to see the role of the media into covering the elections. Yeah, but also Unaweza will be having one of the sessions on the day 2 of the program about the citizen. Yeah, so I would also really like to hear like other experiences from other countries, like how innovative solutions to media and communication. Yeah, because sometimes we sit in the boardrooms, in auditoriums like this, and we forgot citizens. How citizens in innovative ways, innovative solutions to solve complex problems, because the world is being faced by a lot of problems like pandemics, economic fragmentation, political struggles and financial difficulties, and all the social challenges, yeah, but media and communication plays a very big role in solving all those global challenges, yeah. So I know we will be learning a lot of citizen-centered innovative ways to solve the global...
Yeah. Speaking of the citizen, is there any effort that Unaweza is doing to amplify these voices? Because most of them are from interior presses. How do you do that?
Yes, we do a lot of initiatives to collect citizen voices and amplifying their voices. Yeah, so we use innovative ways like mobile phone surveys. We also conduct research all over the country. Yeah, but we also use new ways like new digital ways, like doing the online surveys and all those. Yeah, and we normally collect voices of the people in Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, and we collect voices specifically on issues like education, political issues, their readiness and willingness to participate, like in developmental processes in their local authorities. Yeah, so we normally collect a lot of voices and we amplify them through media, of course. Yeah, we use media, both international, national, and also local media houses. Like in Tanzania, we have a lot of local media houses. We are very rich with a lot of local radio stations, and we work with them to make sure that the people have relevant interactions, relevant discussions in their localities through their local radios. Yeah, so we normally also do the analysis of the data that we collect, and we amplify them based on the geographical locations. So like we can collect the voices of the Lake Zone people, the voices of the Zanzibar people, the voices of the northern part people, yeah, and we amplify them through their channels in their localities, yeah. So we have been little doing that, and we appreciate that. We will be sharing some of that examples here.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to hear from Unaweza.
Thank you once again. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Yes, thank you so much. Okay.
Welcome to Tanzania. Welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam, and welcome to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the host of this year's 14th
YouTube Mlimani TV UDSM, na Instagram pamoja na Facebook tunapatikana kwa Mlimani TV official. Karibu sana mheshimiwa.
Asante sana, habari za kwako?
Salama. Huu ni mkutano wa pili kufanyika Tanzania, na kwa mara ya kwanza umefanyika Dar es Salaam. Unategemea nini kwa hizi siku tatu? Unatarajia nini?
Asante sana. Majina yangu naitwa Daniel Mushi, ni naibu katibu mkuu Wizara ya Elimu na shughulikia sayansi, teknolojia, ubunifu na elimu ya juu. Huu mkutano mkubwa sana kwa sababu umeleta wajumbe kutoka nchi 25 mbalimbali na umeweza kukusanya wajumbe 300. Na wajumbe 300 wana uzoefu mbalimbali kwenye masuala ya media na journalism, maana ya uandishi wa habari na vitu kama hivyo. Na tunafahamu sote kwamba sasa hivi dunia inapita kwenye changamoto nyingi, kwa maana ya mabadiliko makubwa ya namna ya kutengeneza habari, kuzisambaza na kuzitumia. Kwa hiyo tunahitaji kuweza kuweka mawazo pamoja ili kuweza kuitaarifu jamii yetu namna ya kupokea taarifa ambazo tunazipata kutoka kwenye media outlet mbalimbali, kuweza kuzichuja na kuweza kuzitumia kwa matumizi ya maendeleo. Lakini pia tunahitaji kutaarifu umma waweze kujiandaa na namna ya kuepukana na madhara yanayotokana na taarifa ambazo hazijachujwa vizuri. Tunajua kuna upotevu mkubwa, upotoshaji mkubwa kwenye social media. Kwa hiyo tunahitaji tuweze kuweka vichwa kwa pamoja, tuweze kupata experience kutoka nchi nyingine. Juzi hapa tumefikia habari ya Gen Z hapo Nairobi. Tunahitaji kujifunza jinsi ambavyo wamemanage ile wimbi la vijana na hatimaye nchi iweze kuwa na amani. Na kwa haraka tunajua kwamba uandishi wa habari usiposimamiwa vizuri unaweza kuleta madhara makubwa kwa jamii, haswa kutokana na upotoshaji na watu wakafanya maamuzi yanayotokana waandishi wa habari, wanazuoni mbalimbali ambao wamekutana mahali hapa waweze kuweka mawazo pamoja ili waweze kutengeneza uelewa pamoja namna ambavyo tunaweza tukaisimamia tasnia hii ya habari na mawasiliano hapa nchini na duniani kwa ujumla, ili dunia iweze kuwa mahali salama na watu waweze kujihusisha zaidi na shughuli za uzalishaji na dunia iweze kupata maendeleo.
Sasa tumeona maendeleo makubwa ya sayansi na ya teknolojia na kumekuwa na wimbi kubwa la citizen journalism. Watu wanaripoti tu taarifa bila kujua kitu chochote. Kama serikali, kuna jitihada gani mnazozifanya ili kuhakikisha taarifa zinazotoka ni za ukweli na uhakika?
Sisi kama serikali tunatoa msisitizo wa watu kujifunza na kuweza kupata weledi. Kwa sababu bila weledi utafanya vitu ambavyo havilingani, haviendani na maadili. Na sisi kama serikali tumeweka mifumo ya kusimamia uandishi wa habari na tunatamani sana hiyo mifumo iweze kufanya kazi ipasavyo, waandishi wa habari waweze kujua umuhimu wa kufanya responsible journalism ili kuepukana na madhara ambayo yanaweza kutokana na kutokuwa na weledi katika kutoa taarifa kwa umma. Na tunatamani forum kama hii iweze kutumika kuweza kuongeza uelewa kwa wananchi, waelewe madhara ya kutoa taarifa ambazo hazina uhakika, taarifa za uzushi ambazo zinaweza kuleta taharuki na hatimaye kupoteza amani ya nchi yetu, na pia watu kuweza kufanya maamuzi ambayo sio sahihi kutokana na upotoshaji. Kwa hiyo hii ni mojawapo ya forum ambayo tungetamani ziweze kufanyika mara nyingi ili kuongeza uelewa kwa wananchi, waweze kuchuja pia taarifa ambazo wanazipata kutoka kwenye social media mbalimbali, na ili basi kila mwananchi aweze kuwa na namna ya kupata ukweli kutoka kwenye taarifa ambazo wanazipata kwenye media channels mbalimbali.
Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear viewers. You can still follow us live online through our YouTube channel, Mlimani TV UDSM, social media, Instagram, Facebook, Mlimani TV, University of Dar es Salaam. That was break, and we are coming back for another session. And please stay tuned. Don't go away. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to Tanzania, welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam, and welcome to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the host of this year's 14th East African Communication Association IACA conference.
This conference is going to be held at the modern, spacious auditorium of the University of Dar es Salaam Library. And this auditorium is going to accommodate all the delegates from the 28th to 30th of August 2024.
The theme of this year is Africa and the Global Dialogue in Media and Communication. We have over 300 participants coming from 23 different countries who will be here to dialogue, to discuss, to exchange ideas and move forward.
The guest of honor for this conference will be the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who is the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam. This conference will feature significant events, including presentations of topics by scholars, researchers, and various experts, where these presentations will take place throughout the 3 days of the conference.
And among these 12 sub-themes, I can mention just a few of them, which include media and information literacy at the age of artificial intelligence. Also, the issue of investigative journalism. Where are investigative stories currently in Africa? Do we have investigative journalism at this age, or there is a death of investigative journalism in Africa? So we're going also to discuss about this. and participants from the industry, practitioners, will be involved much at this sub-theme.
Recognizing the importance of this conference, the University of Dar es Salaam still believes in the power and collaboration of stakeholders in achieving this goal.
I'm delighted to invite all the participants of the 14th EACA International Conference between 28th and the 30th August this year. We guarantee all the participants to have a conducive environment, well-protected environment, and as you come, we invite you to visit not only the conference, but also the touristic sites in Zanzibar, in Kilimanjaro, and all the possible areas that you can visit. You are all welcome to see the rolling hills of the University of Dar es Salaam, which is so beautiful.
I welcome you all to come to this event where we will be experiencing something very different, something very important for the future of media and communication in Africa, but just as well globally.
Conference 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar! Zanzibar! Hakuna Matata!
Welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam. Welcome to the Department of Mass Communication.
The conference is going to be more spacious.
Yes, yes! Welcome all the EA! Zanzibar! Hakuna Matata! Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Welcome all the delegates for the ESCA Conference 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar. Zanzibar, hakuna matata. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar to the Spice Island. Welcome all the delegates for the ESCA Conference 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar. Zanzibar, hakuna matata. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar to the Spice Island. Welcome all the delegates for the ESCA Conference 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar. Zanzibar, hakuna matata. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar to the Spice Island.
our field. So in this information war, we'll see how the information is managed, the information is shared, and how it is controlled. In our project, the DD mark, we are going to the voices, how, and how the fact-checking process is going on. That means how the misinformation and hate speech have been distributed or shared in the digital media. In the project DDMAC, Decoding Digital Media, we took Ethiopia and Mali as a case, as subject. Why they are taken as sample, we'll discuss later on. We are going to talk about how decoding digital media is linked with the digital authoritarianism. Then we will present how the result is related. Identity and conflict. She has published widely in various journals and has taken up a public role in dissemination of knowledge about development in the Sahel area. She has a good quality of linking research and its output to the real world. For instance, based on her research, she has established an NGO in Mali. It's called Voice for Thought, and she's serving as a director for that. So welcome, Professor Miriam. The third panelist will be Professor Bruce from that side. He's a new and energetic professor of journalism. He has been writing so many articles and published books and co-edited so many books in collaboration with others. His work mostly investigates the impact of technology transformation in global journalism practice, particularly in a diplomatic setting. He was nominated as UNESCO First Chair of Data, Information and Democracy since 2020-21. He has been supervising PhD students. By the way, he was also supervised by Professor Miriam. So, as I told you in my introduction, this group is a research family. That's why we are highly connected. So, Bruce is now a professor and a chair of media, politics, and global south in the Faculty of Humanities at Utrecht University. Welcome, Professor Bruce. Samba Badic, he is a PhD candidate at Oslo Met University in the project DDMAG. Samba research focuses on the role of digital media in the armed conflict in Ethiopia and Mali. He is interested in understanding how digital media affect the way the conflict in Ethiopia and Mali and how they are portrayed, the misinformation, the disinformation, as well as hate speech, and how they are propagated in the social media in the countries prone to conflict. Before joining DDMAC project, Samba worked for African Check, a fact-checking organization working on tackling misinformation and promoting media literacy in Africa. He holds a master's degree in defense, peace and security, and a BA in journalism. He is also a journalism practitioner. Welcome, Samba. The fifth speaker, he's from Mali. You know, our project is focused on Anglophone and Francophone. Modibo is from Mali. He's a PhD candidate at Leiden University. Director of Voice for Thought, which is mostly working on providing information for inaccessible or voiceless people. He is a lecturer of the University of Mali, and he will speak in French, and my colleagues will translate. So welcome you all. Then an issue of our panel. A lot about DDMAC. DDMAC was initiated, and what are the major results of this project so far? And tell us briefly about DDMAC, and please, conceptualize it with the idea digital authoritarianism. I will give you 5 to 6 minutes. As a moderator, one of my unfortunate duties is to control you, to finish. You finish 5 minutes, I will show you a sign, then at 6 you must stop. So the floor is yours, Christine.
Thank you so much, Mulatu. Thank you for that very thorough introduction of us all. Brother, everybody, it's a great pleasure being here with you. I was thinking, you may think when you see us, what do these people have in common? What does this group of researchers actually share? They look very diverse, and we are. And now, after the introduction of Dr. Mulatu, you know that there are lots of strengths and strings bringing us together. I'll develop a little bit more on our projects, our joint projects. But it seems that today is the day of also honoring people who were important role models to us. There has been quite some talk this morning, and now about supervisors. I'd like to say thank you to my supervisor, Professor Ruth Terry-Tomaselli, who is there and who's always been very important to me and a great star in my academic sky. So thank you for being here, Ruth. And it's a great pleasure being here with all of you. We were a group of scholars a few years back who were, as many others, worrying about the increasing conflicts in different regions and parts of the world. All of us have a special interest in the African continent, and when we started to discuss the present state of the world, we also thought, why is it so that still today, which was 3 years ago, when we started the first discussions, is it so that there is so much knowledge in the Francophone, French-speaking part of the African continent that the Anglophone, English-speaking scholars hardly ever hear about, and vice versa. So we decided, well, actually I can tell you a secret, that in the beginning we actually wanted to include Lusophone Africa as well. And maybe it was good that we just started with the French and English, because it's, as you will see as we go on, it's sometimes a bit much communicating in a lot of different languages at the same time. But the main point here is that there is so much interesting research going on that it's of course a question of, we heard the talk about post-colonial structures, languages. Now we're here in a country where we have Swahili. There is a need for more lingua francas, that's for sure. But there is still also a need to see more what's happening elsewhere. We're also very interested in regions, not only in nation states. So, as Mulato explained to you, the title of this research project is DDMAC, Decoding Digital Media in African Regions of Conflict. And it all turned out, these two countries have been very in conflict, and that is especially what we will talk more about. Vegetarianism, that will be explained more in this panel. Another thing that worried us was to see the role, and I think also our key tech companies that now have so much power, and they keep the cards so close to the chest. We don't know exactly what they're doing, but still they play a very important role also in different regions of conflict on this continent. I'm sure you remember the so-called Facebook whistleblower, Frances Haugen, who was a witness for the US Senate some years back. And she said, talking from behind the scenes as a Facebook employee, that she had seen so many clear examples of how Facebook knew that what they were part of publishing online would actually fan the ongoing ethnic conflict in Ethiopia. And as we know, it became a disaster, the Tigray conflict. So authoritarianism is about nation states authoritarianism, but it's also about authoritarianism in terms of ownership, who control our communication flows. So, of course, campaigns spreading hate and disinformation are no new developments, but what is new is the new technology and the ways it spreads. And there are a lot of stories, anecdotes, emphasizing this, but so far, when we set out 2 years ago, very little empirical research had been done looking into the role of social media in ongoing conflicts. And we have now worked with this topic for a couple of years. We have started to publish scientific articles. As you know, these processes are long. But a very good thing of this project, as I see it, is that we decided from the very published research findings on other platforms than only in scientific journals. We'll see. I have a big voice, but not that big, I think. We will see some examples of how we also have used small videos and other ways of communication than the traditional scientific journal communication publishing, which is, of course, also very important. I'll say 2 words about the methods we use, because, as you see, this is a very multifaceted project and complex, interesting group of people. We combine media and communication studies, anthropology, computational science, and also the triangulation of a wide range of other methodologies. We focus on ethnographies, which will be explained a little bit later, scraping of large amount of data, which I must also stress becomes more and more difficult to get access to data from the big tech companies. They do not want to share social media data. So it's getting harder and harder, which is also an important point to stress here. We do network analysis, focus and the project's aim is to uncover new knowledge of citizens' social media use and also try to see the impact that these messages have in the field. So I also said that dissemination started immediately, and we are also very much in favor of discussing with people, so we're very happy to be here and hope also that you will come and see us if you have any ideas or input or questions. We'll have a little bit of room for questions from the floor, I believe, later on, but also in the breaks or during dinners. Or please, we're all very interested in discussing with you, so please take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. It's your time. Thank you very much, Christine. I think a question and answer session. We will have a question and answer session after a while. Please jot down your questions, and I will give the chance to ask and to discuss with the panelists. Thank you, Professor Christine. I will ask you some. The chance to Professor Miriam. I want you to reflect on how this digital authoritarianism is reflected. Specifically, what are the main news actors in the process of being authoritative, as well as how digital participation looks like in these 2 countries. I will give you 6 minutes as for you. So.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. I'm a bit a stranger, anthropologist, historian, but I came across media when I was doing my research in the Sahel with all different other people, of course. 2006, mobile phones also reached the nomads in the Sahel. 2009, Facebook entered through a cheap version, the phone version from China, in which Facebook was already implanted. From then on, also the nomads, but also people in other, what we call remote areas, although they might not be remote for other reasons, but they got access to information that they never had before. And I think that was in my research, and research is always developing, a kind of not shock, but something very interesting, that you're called in the morning when you're eating your breakfast by a nomad from the Sahel. That is revolution. But how? How would that revolution work? Well, the DDMAC project started now 3 years ago. And in fact, what I was sketching now is already that research is always ongoing and things happen that you do not expect. Mali was already in a war. But then it was not authoritarian in that sense, authoritarian regimes. We were talking about the digital authoritarian, but you also have a development in governance that goes to authoritarian regimes, who then use the digital. And that is what we have seen happening in Mali from 2022 to now. Military regimes who try to control the Russian groups who come in, who also try to control. But then the citizen also tries to control. And I think our research is about how this interplay of control is working out. One remark on the actual situation in Mali, and that's also why it's not easy to talk about it. Reporters Without Borders have clearly shown in their statistics that the authoritarian regime has a deep influence on journalism in Mali. People cannot speak out. Those who do may be arrested. This also means that research, us researchers, journalists, we are in the same boat, and we have to take care of our analysis and the way we present it. This being said, I think we in DDMAC, we were interested indeed in this new possibility to participate one way or the other in governance, either as protesters or as supporters of regimes or of local developments in politics. When the social media were discussed by long time ago, participatory culture was introduced. That was seen as something that would bring democracy and give people without voices possibilities to speak up in politics. But what we have seen developing in Mali and in Ethiopia and in other countries is that this participation goes further also towards war. So now there is this introduction of the term participatory, digital participatory warfare. And I think that is for DDMAC a very important notion, because what we have seen on the analysis of Twitter in the Mali media sphere is that also with computational contribution of the Twitter sphere to discussions that gear towards conflict, propaganda, but also voices of citizens. And I think this is an element that we would like to also bring to the fore in this conference. These social media platforms, each with their own specificities, and we've been looking especially in WhatsApp, Twitter, now X, and TikTok, they have created new relations in the media's landscape that you could say are all forms of participation, digital participation in warfare. Who are these new actors? We call them citizen journalists, but it is very broad, and we are still discovering who are these. So the new actors are both citizen journalists, influencers, people who try to earn money, but in earning money they create messages that may be misinformation or polarization because that pays better. But on the other side, on these platforms, you also find people who are paid by the government to bring another message through. So there is a cacophony of all kinds of messages created by people who claim a form of journalism, but they are not real journalists, they are not controlled, and as being said, these platforms are commercial, they are private, they are in a way out of control. The people who publish and create news in these platforms are also probably out of control. So what do we get then? With DDMAC we try to answer this question. I think it's on the table, we can discuss. But what I can say is that authoritarian regimes do well with the digital authority present in our social media landscape. I will leave it to this. It's a big topic, of course, but I think for journalists, and we discussed this as well with journalists, it is also a bit frightening what is happening. So but before we know how to do something about it or how to make it, this digital participation in warfare, a smoother and an open debate, we need to know how it works. And I think we don't know yet all the details. So it's also a call for more research. And we will hear a lot about this. So you're invited to join us.
Thank you, Professor Miriam. Exactly 6 minutes. You'll reflect later on how these influencers will affect will affect the public sphere in the second round, and what will be the implication of those influencers in the digital media. Now let me give the chance to Professor Bruce. In the digital media, even though there are so many challenges mentioned by different scholars, it has also so many opportunities that people are enjoying. However, the digital authoritarianism, the point that we are mentioning, it showed that there is some kinds of trends of controlling information in the digital media sphere. By taking Ethiopia and Mali, how do you see how the people are, perceived those digital authoritarianism? What are the new perspectives in these two countries? I'll give you 6 minutes, Professor.
Thank you so much. I would like to start by echoing the words of my colleagues in thanking the organizers for inviting and accepting us to present here. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. Following up on what my two colleagues have just been discussing, I think it's important to contextualize digital authoritarianism. Owen Jones, can we go to the slides here? We're just going through the slides. Yes. Digital authoritarianism has been discussed by Owen Jones in his book in 2022 as the weaponization of digital technology to strengthen authoritarian power. Now, what we actually see perhaps is it's important, as I was saying, we need to start by contextualizing the global perspective on this staggering statistics to begin with. Nick Cheeseman and his colleagues at the University of Birmingham, they have done research in 2023 in which they have claimed that if the expansion of global authoritarianism continues at the current pace, then we are actually going to only have 5% of the world having being democratic countries. So if you look at that, that's kind of scary. And Stefan Lindberg in Sweden has also done research which actually shows that 72% of the world's population, that's something like 5.7 billion people, they live under authoritarian control. So I think what's important here is for us to actually realize it's now cool to be authoritarian, right? I think when I was a kid, when I was growing up, people would be saying, oh, authoritarianism was seen to be a very negative thing. But now it seems to be the order of the day. And a lot of young people, we were just discussing this, we were on the bus with some colleagues. A lot of young people, I think it was with you and I can't remember who else. A lot of young people are interested in opportunities. They are interested in opportunities that social media bring. They are not interested in discussing complex issues such as digital authoritarianism because it's too difficult. What they see is opportunities that social media comes with. Speaking about challenges and or limitations and problems that come along with social media, it's not something that they see as a major issue. And I think what we also see already from our research, if I come back to our research, is that I can recall an example of an influencer who said in our interviews in Ethiopia they would rather get money to spread disinformation knowingly because they do not have any other source of income. So this is seen to, that justifies actually spreading disinformation is justified by the fact that there's an opportunity to be able to feed themselves and their families. So obviously this means that you do not really think about being critical or maybe looking at other alternative ways of getting income. And we see in our results that, particularly in the context of Ethiopia that you have asked Mulatu, othering, like when we see people or the other, right? When we entered Ethiopia, we thought we knew what disinformation was, right? But what we actually realized is people have different ideas of what disinformation actually, of what it entails. For instance, there's a focus on the person behind the message, right? So from an ethnicity perspective, if somebody is standing in front of you and it happens to be someone from a different ethnicity, then immediately it's easier to remark or to say that whatever they are saying is disinformation, which actually shows us that digital authoritarianism creates a lot of confusion there online, because of course people have different narratives and ideas of on what actually what constitutes disinformation. And from a theoretical perspective, and I think we haven't really had a chance to...
Professor Bruce, before you going to the theoretical perspective, can you say just one word? In the case of Mali, you have mentioned, you know, good points about Ethiopia. Yeah. Just mention one, you know, how the Malian perceives this digital authoritarianism. Just 1 minute, you have taken more than that. Then in the second round, you'll talk about the theoretical perspective.
Okay, I think when it comes to Mali, my supervisor is more of the expert. But what I can quickly say, perhaps, for the 1 minute that you have given me is, I think, and I'm going to talk about the theoretical part, if I may, because I think it's very critical to share that. I think even though this is really an old theory, right, McLuhan, 1964, right, the media ecology, we probably always thought the medium is or was the message. That's how we have always sort of thought about these things. But what we are seeing now in the context of digital authoritarianism in these two countries is actually the fact that the person behind the message, right, because that person needs to have credibility. The more perhaps likes, the more followers you have, the more credibility, online credibility you actually create. So the medium is still quite important, that it's social media or radio, but who is behind the message, we are seeing that it is becoming really, really important. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. You know, in the second round, you'll talk about the implication of these issues that you have mentioned. Now I will give the chance to Samba. He's, as I mentioned, he's studying on fact-checking, misinformation and disinformation in the case of Mali and Ethiopia. And I want to ask Samba just to reflect about the information disorder or information manipulation in these two countries, how they are reflected, you know, this misinformation or in general information disorder. What are the formats of, you know, information, or what are the major platforms that this, we can call it fake news, have been largely disseminated?
Okay, thank you very much, Mulatu. So yeah, as we know, these two countries, Ethiopia and Mali, are facing a multifaceted crisis. And one of the characteristics of those conflicts is the digital component, where people are using digital media, digital platform to spread hate speech, disinformation, also to participate in the debate through regarding what is going on. And when it's come to Mali, I always love to give this example that maybe, from my opinion, is symbolized the very complex context of disinformation in Mali, and maybe we have the same in Ethiopia, is the so-called Gossi mass grave story. It was in April 2022, where when the French military, they left their base in a place called Gossi, and that base was took over by the Wagner group. A video was released on social media showing a mass grave, and it was shared on Twitter and other platforms with the message saying that these are people killed by the French military before leaving the base. And hours after, a day after, the French military responded with a video shot by a drone, and that was showing Malian military with a Wagner group element that brought dead bodies, and actually they stage the thing. And until now, actually, nobody knows what really happened. We have a version from social media that was pushed by Russians, and we have the answer from the French military. So this is the situation we're facing. And so disinformation is a global issue, but it also manifests itself in with local specificities, local context. So the aim of our research is also to understand the local specificities, how they impact the disinformation ecosystem. So we use a framework called disinformation information disorder with 3 types: disinformation, misinformation, malinformation. So to identify and analyze the typology, the format that are used in disseminating disinformation in the 2 countries, but also which platform are used. And the more we digging on that, I ask myself if this framework is really relevant for the set we are studying. And I remember one question I was asked by a lady in a panel in Ghana years ago. The question was what disinformation means for people who don't have access to information. So also, I think the part of the project is also to uncover how this local specificity, the local context, lack of access or low digital literacy, low media literacy, how it impacts the way people consume or the way information and disinformation has impact in conflict, but in our daily life. In addition, we also investigating fact-checking as the main journalistic tool to fight against disinformation. And as we were talking about authoritarian regime, as Mali, Ethiopia and Mali, the government are becoming more and more authoritarian. Mali, for example, since the military took over, they are becoming more and more authoritarian, crackdown of the press. Many media have been shut down for uncovering killings perpetrated by the military against the civilians. And in this context, the aim is to understand how fact-checking organizations were doing, or one of the functions of fact-checking is also doing accountability journalism. So to also, make the leaders accountable. How within this context they are able to do this type of journalism, or whether they are able to do that. If so, how they are doing it, how they negotiate all these authoritarian contexts to be able to continue to operate. One of the main findings that you have regarding fact-checking is that more and more these organizations are now self-censoring because they're avoiding the function of accountability journalism and focusing more on the debunking work, so focusing on viral content of social media, and becoming sort of moderators of viral false content circulating on social media as a strategy.
I wish if I give you more time, but I'll come in the second round. Thank you, Samba. Later on you'll reflect on what are the trends of fact-checking in Ethiopia and Mali. We'll talk later on this issue. Now I will invite Modibo. Miriam, I'm going to give you a second responsibilities in translating language from French to, but later on you'll reflect how people perceive, this digital authoritarianism in the Mali context later on. Or would you like to reflect now? In 1 minute?
No, I can ask.
You can translate?
Modibo to ask.
Very good, very good.
Probably give an example of how WhatsApp has become an area where citizens still find their way to express themselves. Modibo, comme tu as fait beaucoup de recherches sur les réseaux sociaux WhatsApp, est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer comment WhatsApp est devenu un terrain, un espace social où les gens peuvent s'exprimer? Peut-être tu peux, dans quelques minutes, nous donner un vrai exemple de la participation à la guerre digitale. Bon, dis ça en français.
If you want to translate simultaneously, I can give you the mic.
Did you get it, what I asked him? Who is francophone here? Aha. So I will just repeat in English. I asked Modibo to give us an impression of how WhatsApp, which is a very specific social media platform, has become an actant, a player by its use of citizens in the conflict in Mali.
Bonjour tout le monde. Voilà, la guerre au Mali a vu l'explosion de l'utilisation des médias sociaux. Et c'est surtout les réseaux sociaux WhatsApp qui est devenu la plateforme la plus utilisée. Et en ce sens que nous sommes dans un pays où le taux d'alphabétisme est peu élevé, donc l'analphabétisme est très important. Donc les élites et les gens formés à l'école française qui informaient ont perdu le monopole de l'information, y compris les journalistes, à travers les réseaux sociaux WhatsApp.
So he explains that in the social media landscape of Mali, WhatsApp has become very important to be used by people who are also less literate. And he says that it shows, the use of WhatsApp shows how elites who've been in schools, including journalists, in fact have lost control of information. And WhatsApp is an example of that.
Donc, comme les réseaux est utilisé partout au Mali, parce qu'il y a la connexion, donc chacun est devenu informateur. Et les réseaux, les informateurs sur WhatsApp se sont imposés, et la presse écrite, la presse en ligne, la télévision, chacun se sert des informations de WhatsApp pour donner l'information.
Donc c'est vraiment devenu... Okay, sorry. It has become a central platform for also the spread of information into other media. Because in WhatsApp, the real discussions take place and everybody participates. So today also the newspapers, the written newspapers, but also radio and television, they use what they find in WhatsApp to spread in their, what we call older media. Maybe I forgot something important is that those who spread information in WhatsApp are not the normal controllers of information. So it is a really new source of information. People who are locally based can send into their WhatsApp groups what they see on the ground. So that is, I think, a very important element that you mentioned.
Maintenant, avec les conflits intercommunautaires opposant les communautés Peul, Dogon, Peul et Bambara, les plateformes communautaires ont vu le jour et ont été utilisées pour mobiliser les hommes dans les combats, pour mobiliser les fonds, pour dénigrer aussi les adversaires.
So WhatsApp has seen a development which is quite remarkable in the conflict. That is that WhatsApp unites people from one community that often is ethnically defined. In Mali, this is the Fulani who are nomads, and then against the other groups like the Bambara of the Dogon, who all take different positions in the conflict. They have their own WhatsApp groups, and in these WhatsApp groups, ethnicity is really confirmed as an element in this war.
De nos jours, avec les pouvoirs militaires, on essaie d'empêcher aux gens de parler. Il y a la loi sur la cybercriminalité. L'État essaie de faire sa propagande et voudrait empêcher les réseaux sociaux de parler, mais malheureusement WhatsApp est encore là et toutes les images et des actions commises, des atrocités commises par l'État, par le groupe Wagner se retrouvent sur les réseaux sociaux WhatsApp parce que les gens sont sur le terrain.
So the military government in Mali has really tried to control social media through laws, cybercriminality, etc. But they have not, they could not stop what is happening on WhatsApp because it's outside of their orbit for now. So in WhatsApp, it's the story of people who are on the ground, who live the conflict, and they tell the story about what is really happening as they see it. I think that is an important notion.
Donc au Mali, WhatsApp c'est la voix des sans-voix.
So WhatsApp is for those who have no voice, and they are really using it almost to mobilize a counter discourse in Mali.
Thanks a lot. I hope there is no information. Yeah, I think let's go to the next one. I'll give the chance to Professor Christine. In your study, DDMAC, do you have any documentation that can show the trends of fact-checking, misinformation, or any practical experience that you have documented from either Ethiopia or Mali? And in connection with that, I wanted to ask you, what are the major findings of the DDMAC? For instance, you mentioned the hate tags, hashtag changed into hate tags. So I want to reflect on these 2 pointers. I'll give you 3 minutes, excluding the video.
Thank you. I think the former speakers show how complex and interesting this field is, and also that some of the ideas the reality on the ground was not exactly what we expected, and that's always very interesting when, also your hypotheses change along the road. And I think what Modibo from Mali just explained, how WhatsApp has become the voice of the voiceless, as he said, was not something we expected to find a couple of years ago. And also something that has developed, where we have some important findings, is exactly that the divisions between social media, whatever that is, and traditional, conventional media is not as clear as we thought or we believed it was a few years ago. And we've done some very interesting interviews among editors and journalists in Ethiopia and see how they use social media in their daily work. And it's fascinating to see that things are taken from conventional media for these news, how they travel. And in the best cases, it can be, as the example Modibo just gave us, the voice of the voiceless, new platforms in very authoritarian regimes. But of course, as also was mentioned, these users, these voices, are not professional journalists. So here we come back to the questions of community journalism, citizen journalism, who is a journalist, and also what kind of standards can we expect. And their fact-checking, of course, is very important, but also how to protect your sources, these issues that we train our students in journalism schools. We cannot expect people to have them when they start being community journalists, for instance, on WhatsApp. And where you have real radio channels now on WhatsApp, it's fascinating to follow. I think the counter-discourse is, of course, very interesting here, but also the knowledge, and we see clear examples of that. I think you can see, or maybe it has stopped, but there is one image here, you may have seen it, illustrating...
Around 5 or 4 years.
We'll wait a little bit with the video. I just was looking for the image there. But there was one image here earlier where you saw one of our colleagues, Daniel, who's not here, who is a computational scientist, in front of what seems like an explosion on a map behind him. I don't know if you saw it. But this is a visualization of how Twitter messages travel. And it's fascinating to see how one message can travel in the virtual space. And with the help of computational scientists, we've been able to make some of these maps, how hate messages travel. And we know from other research that hate, disinformation, travel among 8 times quicker than the truth. Our fact-checker specialist can, he's nodding, so I'm right. There has been quite a lot of research into this. And of course, then what happens when these new platforms come into the play? And we see that's also part of, when you ask for our findings, we try to develop some new theoretical terms. And one of them is the hate tag, where we look into how hashtags are combined with hate. And which could be words, which could be names, but used in a way to promote division and hate, disinformation often, not necessarily, but to focus on really hateful messages, how they spread. And here we're into a really new and interesting field. We know from long time ago, from neighboring country Rwanda is very often used as example, Radio Mille Collines in 1994, how hate was spread through radio messages. We see similar things now in the conflict, both in Mali and Ethiopia, but that the spread is so much quicker. We talk about digital wildfires, where some messages just spread so quickly. And what does this imply when we go back to what Miriam and Modibo explained from the situation in Mali, with a very high level of illiteracy and digital illiteracy, what is actually happening in this field? I think that is where our main contribution is.
Do you have videos or something to show?
Yes, we have. I think we need a video now. It's been a lot of talk, and we're very proud of our videos that were made in Ethiopia a couple of years ago, and I think it's also an example of how dissemination may happen through different channels. So please, let's watch a video.
Around 5 or 4 years ago, there was this conflict. Hotels were closed, shops were closed, but my dad had the best hotel in the town. So those federal police came to his hotel and you have to serve us and you have to give us service. In that situation, even if he refused to, he didn't have a choice, so he started feeding them. One activist who lived abroad, he said, this man, he's supporting the government forces and they are attacking our people. He posted his picture on Facebook. Around 1,600 people were chanting like, kill him, and he just... Yeah, that's how I understood like disinformation and a hate speech and an online content really affects someone's life on the ground. So these platforms, then, you know, like, so everything that's been shared could be taken as true. It contributed a lot for what's exactly happening on the ground. It exacerbates the tension. And I believe that it's very good that we work on the youth and this very young generation, so that, you know, we help them to, when they grow up, I think they start to, you know, analyze and, you know, share even the information to the parents, communities. And I think this is a right stand for us to be more stronger and then, you know, more educative and contributing for the country what you can be.
Thank you, Christine. I will not give you any more chances, but this is a good elaboration that can show the real context of fact-checking and the extent of disinformation in the case of Ethiopia. I want to, Samba, to add more on this issue. How do you see the fact-checking process or the practice of fact-checking, specifically in the case of Ethiopia? How do you associate? How far it is really fit to minimize the extent of disinformation?
So I think one of the important aspects of fact-checking in both countries, Ethiopia and Mali, is that all organizations or people involved in fact-checking can be media. In both countries, and I think somehow it hampers a little bit the fight against disinformation from journalistic perspective, because for instance in Mali, main fact-checking organizations are initiated by association of bloggers, whether they are freelance journalists or other people doing blogging. These are the people who started doing fact-checking, and then they were able to have grants to set in place their organization and start doing fact-checking, sometime with very, very weak training. So it is in this way that they created a sort of fact-checking ecosystem, and we have almost the same trend in Ethiopia, where even though there are journalists, also journalists or citizen journalists, or even students that are involved in fact-checking, but they are doing it outside mainstream media. The main finding is also the weakness of the resources that they have to do fact-checking beyond the fact of operating in how they negotiate space to be able to do this work. And the other relevant important thing is how also they're able to mix fact-checking work with media literacy, because building on the weakness they have in the fact-checking field, they are more and more developing media literacy work by organizing workshops, going in the field, meeting grassroots organizations to talk about disinformation, its impact, and giving also training how to use very simple tools to verify content. So I think that is something very interesting.
I wish if you have more time and to give you, to talk a lot about this issue. This is a very timely issue. Unfortunately, the time limits me to stop you. So let me give the chance to Miriam and Bruce to give a kind of implication about, you mentioned about influencers and how they are controlling the digital media. So what will be the implication in the public sphere?
Whoa. We're in the middle of the research. First of all, do we really know?
You can't.
Christine, new concepts that we try to introduce, and one researchers came up. So then these influencers, let's call them influencers, citizen journalists, radio makers. Do they do it? And what we discovered, and I think that is something interesting, it is probably not even that they are driven by ideology, but they may be driven by simply surviving, because they earn money with what they do. And also within the WhatsApp groups, there's forms of paid radio. So you pay for someone, or you support someone. In the TikTok platform that, again, this Luca Bruls and I did together, some kind of research in Mali with Modibo, it was very short. But what we found out is that youth in these platforms, especially TikTok, are paid, for instance, by the government to make propagandic messages. And they do not reflect on this. They do it and they are paid. So there is a reason that we also try to understand what these influencers do. Are they ideologically driven? Is it economy that drives them? So situate them also in the context of, what often goes with authoritarian regimes is marginalization economically of a large part of the population. And it's difficult for Malians and Ethiopians to gain bread for their families every day. So I think platforms, and that is then probably also this authoritarianism where it is the private sector and these big magnates who control these platforms, and they pay these young people through often local organizations for the things they are doing. And so this is more...
All right. Thank you, Bruce. In 2 minutes.
Yes, I think for me, the way I look at it is, I think there's an element of the sort of Stockholm syndrome involved with this, because I think after living for many decades, or after, if you grow up and you are born and you grow up in an authoritarian sort of context, I think it's easy to think that it's actually good for you to be controlled, or actually to think that authoritarianism is not a bad thing, because that happens to actually be the only thing that you know. And I think this is also another question, I think, during the, the process of gathering data, that I have personally asked myself, like, who am I to also shape or try to shape or to try to think that authoritarianism is actually a bad thing. I mean, I don't like it, but some people actually prefer it, maybe just because this is what they know. And the lack of options that Miriam has just referred to, that, people end up actually going for it because it's a source of income. It's how they actually, how they live, and they actually invest their future in it. So I think influencers should be seen from within the perspective of the current context, like context-specific issues, like what drives them. And maybe there's need also, maybe a last point, to actually rethink who and what is an influencer. Is it just people who are or who have access to social media, or influencers have always been part of our societies?
Thank you very much. I'm asked just to wrap up this panel discussion, but I'll give the chance to the participants to ask questions that should be asked. A very tough task to moderate this discussion. They have a lot of things to say, but time is an intel. So I'll give the chance to the participants. When you ask questions, try to make it very short and precise, and you can mention your name as well as you can let us know whom you are going to ask. Let me give the chance 1, 2, and 3. Proceed and try to be precise.
Thank you very much, Reverend Jean-Pierre Wimana from University of Rwanda. About beside this, when you come back on social media, WhatsApp and so on, we enter in citizen journalism, where we have rumors, defamation, and so on and so on. I would like to come back on the case of Marie, how to make sure of the credibility of information through WhatsApp. About the source of information. We are coming back on the fact checking. Thank you.
Interesting topic. Just a very quick question. I find this fascinating. Is the research concluded? Is there a research report where we can kind of dwell more? And maybe something short about this. You've been using both articles, research, but also documentary filming, and I think that's very interesting to kind of also get the research out. So maybe if someone wants to comment on that. And where can we find this? This is very interesting. Thank you.
My name is Abdissa from Addis Ababa University. Thank you guys for this very interesting research project. I'll be commenting on the notion of authoritarianism that you guys raised. I'm not sure we are on the same page when you're dealing with the idea of authoritarianism. Normally, I understand authoritarianism in a political context. But as Professor Christine just said, you said that these big media companies such as Google and Facebook and all these, you tend to connect them with authoritarianism as well. I think what Facebook and the other big technologies basically doing is maximizing of the bottom line. Now that's profit. They are not a political issue. I don't think that they are into the political project. This technology into global capitalist power structure. The primary objective for them is basically I understand that authoritarian regimes they can harness the power of digital tools in order to sustain power. We can give a lot of examples around the world where, in fact, a lot of sophistication in terms of harnessing the power of digital media is not even in a democratic society. It's basically in non-democratic societies. In that sense, I agree with your assessment of authoritarianism. With reference to the technology and ordinary citizens' participation, the uncritical progression of technology for many of us is, well, technology has given ordinary citizens to participate, which is true. For a long period of time, the mainstream media was basically elite-based. So technology has given an opportunity for those marginal sources groups going to be very difficult to equate participation with democracy. Democracy, for participation is important for democracy. It is a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient condition for democracy. I think what we need to look at is what kind of participation is it? Because democracy presupposes certain preconditions. Say, for example, a middle class, a literate society, people that knows rights and responsibilities, etc., etc. But if you're simply celebrating technology for the very fact that a lot of people are actually participating without asking a very critical question of what is the quality of participation actually that's going on. Is it fueling conflict? Is it fueling X and Y, Z? Or is it something that basically moves people to democratic engagement? I think we need to move into a deliberative engagement. If our participation is not deliberative, it becomes very difficult actually to entrench democracy, and therefore I think we need to asking question of the quality of participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdissa. I think two questions. So this is a comment how we are going to make those data accessible, then we'll talk that one later on. The first one is how WhatsApp is credible enough. Then Miriam and Modibo will answer. Then Abdissa's questions will be reflected by Bruce, Miriam, and Christine, and it will be almost a final recap. Let me give the chance to Modibo and Miriam.
Okay.
On the first question,
the
first question, yeah. Then
why not take the floor?
Okay, just start from the WhatsApp, then you can.
Yeah, I would like to start with this participation because probably you misunderstood. Digital culture, that was one of the concepts raised by Jenkins in 2017, and I was very optimistic. Also the social media platforms themselves, although they are commercial, driven not by ideology, they performed as if they were driven by ideology. And indeed, to question that and see how this participation has turned out to be, who is participating. So I think we completely agree about the questioning of that, and that's exactly what DDMAC tries to do. So, and the example, how we try to do that is really understanding what is happening on these platforms and also distinguishing between the different platforms. So for you, we don't have conclusions yet, but we are working on it. So have patience a bit. I will ask Modibo to reply to that specific question on how is WhatsApp information controlled, in fact. What is the credibility of this information and how do people see that? So Modibo, peut-être tu as compris donc la crédibilité de l'information sur WhatsApp et comment les gens contrôlent, comment les gens voient ça.
Voilà, et au Mali, comme la aborder ça, comme on n'a pas eu beaucoup de temps. Et cependant, tout comme les médias il y a aussi des plateformes qui sont très crédibles. C'est-à-dire, leur numéro est connu. Et chaque fois qu'il y a un événement dans un village ou à un endroit quelconque, les gens envoient l'information, d'abord pendant que l'événement s'est fait, et ensuite ils envoient les images. Et par la suite, on voit l'État aussi faire un communiqué officiel, souvent en contredisant ou souvent en confirmant. Donc cela montre que l'information, elle est là, elle était vraie. Et donc il y a des plateformes qui sont vraiment crédibles, il y a des pages.
So yes, indeed, there is a lot of fake news and disinformation circulating on WhatsApp, but there is a way to people up more credible ways of being sure what you hear is what indeed is what is happening. For instance, there are radio makers information, and then they create from that information their radio, and people do know who they consider credible or not. Of course, these are just examples of what is happening. Maybe grosso modo, it is
the last questions about the digital participation. Professor Bruce, can you say something? Then finally.
Digital authoritarianism with digital colonization, because when we making profit out of people's data, at least from a global south sort of point of view, that's digital colonization, right? Which is not something I think that we have really dealt with so far. So, and maybe that's not what you were saying, but I don't think we see, you know, the use of, or, you know, the permeation of information online as digital authoritarianism, particularly if looked at from the perspective of Facebook or other social media. Use it perhaps without the knowledge of people and making progress. I think that's the concept. Sophie, you may want to know we have 3 papers that are under review, so open, and we have a website, and yeah, and we're
comments. Of course, this is closely related to political authoritarianism as freedom of expression. You will see these 2 countries are not developing in the good way as we would like to see them. Of them, and also more, of course, on top of that, and it's especially when general what happens in new media popping up and new actors who are not trained professionally within the ethical frameworks of journalism, for instance, what exactly happens. And we try to balance to see that there may be new arenas for the voice of the voiceless, as Modibo has given examples of, but also I think our findings are mostly quite pessimistic. So what we haven't been able to touch upon here is also the role of diaspora, which is very important both in the role of, in the case of Mali and Ethiopia, and that we see clearly that these hashtag campaigns that spread hate, also the diaspora sitting elsewhere, people being part of this discussion are very, very present. I have to say that I disagree with your idea that I wish that social media platforms were objective and neutral. Unfortunately, well, that's what we hoped they should be some years ago, when the future was so light and social media was kind of the answer to all our democratic challenges. I can just take the example of Twitter X and see how as we were hoping, these social media platforms. But that's also what makes them so interesting to look into, that they are a mixture of many things.
Thank you, Christine. I wish if we have more time to discuss these issues, but I think she's Professor Bruce, Modibo, Professor Miriam, Samba, and Professor Christine. Please, would you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator and the panelists, for such a fruitful and engaging session. Well, this is the end of this plenary session. And then convene in the parallel sessions. But I hope that each and every one of us is aware of where they're supposed to be going during the parallel sessions. But the ushers are going to be around to help us navigate the rooms, because it might be a bit challenging for you to, understand where these rooms are. And then after the plenary sessions, we shall convene at the lounge room for a coffee break. All of us are going to meet outside the auditorium, in front of this auditorium. The ushers are going to direct us for the cocktail party. So the ushers and logistics team are going to handle that and make sure that we are at the designated area cocktail is going to take place. For now, before we head to the lounge for lunch, I would like to call all of us to go outside in front of the library. There are stairs in front of the main library so that we can have a group photo for all of us. So let's use we go to the parallel sessions. Thank you very much and see you later. And one more announcement as we head out. For those who have registered for the Zanzibar day trip, please be informed that you're supposed to make the payments by 10 a.m.
Welcome to Tanzania, welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam, and welcome to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the host of this year's 14th East African Communication Association IACA conference. This conference is going to be held at the modern, spacious auditorium of the University of Dar es Salaam Library. And this auditorium is going to accommodate all the delegates from the 28th to 30th of August 2024. The theme of this year is Africa and the Global Dialogue in Media and Communication. We have over 300 participants coming from 23 different countries who will be here to dialogue, to discuss, to exchange ideas and move forward. The guest of honor for this conference will be the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who is the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam. This conference will feature significant events, including presentations of topics by scholars, researchers, and various experts, where these presentations to the theme of the conference.
And among these 12 sub-themes, I can mention just a few of them, which include media and information literacy at the age of artificial intelligence. Also, the issue of investigative journalism. Where are investigative stories currently in Africa? We have investigative journalism at this age, or there is a death of investigative journalism in Africa. So we're going also to discuss about this, and participants from the industry, practitioners, will be involved much at this sub-theme.
Recognizing the importance of this conference, the University of Dar es Salaam still believes in the power and collaboration of stakeholders in achieving this goal.
I'm delighted to invite all the participants of the 14th EACA International Conference between 28th and the 30th August this year. We guarantee all the participants to have a conducive environment, well-protected environment, and as you come, we invite you to visit not only the conference, but also the touristic sites in Zanzibar, in Kilimanjaro, and all the possible areas that you can visit. You are all welcome to see the rolling hills of the University of Dar es Salaam, which is so beautiful.
I welcome you all to come to this event where we will be experiencing something very different, something very important for the future of media and communication in Africa, but just as well globally. Welcome to Tanzania. Welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam, and welcome to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the host of this year's 14th East African Communication Association EACA Conference.
This conference auditorium of the University of Dar es Salaam Library, and this auditorium is going to accommodate all the delegates from the 28th to 30th of August 2024.
The theme of this year is Africa and the Global Dialogue in Media and Communication. We have over 300 participants coming from 23 different countries who will be here to dialogue, to discuss, to exchange ideas and move forward.
The guest of honor for this conference will be the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who is the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam. This conference will feature significant events, including presentations of topics by scholars, researchers, and various experts, where these presentations will take place throughout the 3 days of the conference.
And among these 12 sub-themes, I can mention just a few of them, which include media and information literacy at the age of artificial intelligence. Also, the issue of investigative journalism. Where are investigative stories currently in Africa? Do we have investigative journalism at this age, or there is a death of investigative journalism in Africa? So we're going also to discuss about this, and participants from the industry, practitioners, will be involved much at this sub-theme.
Recognizing the importance of this conference, the University of Dar es Salaam still believes in the power and collaboration of stakeholders in achieving this goal.
I'm delighted to invite all the participants of the 14th EACA International Conference between 28th and the 30th August this year. We guarantee all the participants to have a conducive environment, well-protected environment, and as you come, we invite you to visit not only the conference, but also the touristic sites in Zanzibar, in Kilimanjaro, and all the possible areas that you can visit. You are all welcome to see the rolling hills of the University of Dar es Salaam, which is so beautiful.
I welcome you all to come to this event where we will be experiencing something very different, something very important for the future of media and communication in Africa, but just as well globally. Welcome to Tanzania. Welcome to the University of Dar es Salaam, and welcome to the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, the host of this year's 14th East African Communication Association EACA Conference.
This conference is going to be held at the modern, spacious auditorium of the University of Dar es Salaam Library. And this auditorium is going to accommodate all the delegates from the 28th to 30th of August 2024.
The theme of this year is Africa and the Global Dialogue in Media and Communication. We have over 300 participants coming from 23 different countries who will be here to dialogue, to discuss, to exchange ideas and move forward.
The guest of honor for this conference will be the former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, who is the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam. This conference will feature significant events, including presentations of topics by scholars, researchers, and various experts, where these presentations will take place throughout the 3 days of the conference.
And among these 12 sub-themes, I can mention just a few of them, which include media and information literacy at the age of artificial intelligence. Also, the issue of investigative journalism. Where are investigative stories currently in Africa? Do we have investigative journalism at this age, or there is a death of investigative journalism in Africa? So we're going also to discuss about this, and participants from the industry, practitioners, will be involved much at this sub-theme.
Recognizing the importance of this conference, the University of Dar es Salaam still believes in the power and collaboration of stakeholders in achieving this goal.
I'm delighted to invite all the participants of the 14th EACA International Conference between 28th and the 30th August this year. We guarantee all the participants to have a conducive environment, well-protected environment, and as you come, we invite you to visit not only the conference, but also the tourist sites in Zanzibar, in Kilimanjaro, and all the possible areas that you can visit. You are all welcome to see the rolling hills of the University of Dar es Salaam, which is so beautiful.
I welcome you all to come to this event where we will be experiencing something very different, something very important for the future of media and communication in Africa, but just as well globally.
SJMC, welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar.
Key.
SJMC, welcome all delegates hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. SJMC, welcome all delegates for the IATA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Welcome all delegates for the IATA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. SJMC, welcome all Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSF, SJMC, welcome all delegates for the IATA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence! Oh, wow! Yes, yes, yes! UDSF, SJMC, welcome for the IATA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence! Oh, yes, yes, yes! UDSF, SJMC, welcome all delegates for the IATA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar! Never in silence! SJMC, delegate for the 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
The 14th EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam is still going on. A lot of guests, a lot of participants from all over the world. Almost members from 25 countries are here in Dar es Salaam at the University of Dar es Salaam, the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. On how the media industry can develop, how the media industry can gain more momentum. Here. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you? I come from the University of Zimbabwe. That is in Zimbabwe.
That is University of Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
So, can you tell me a little bit about how the conference?
So far, so good. Actually, it is one of the best conferences I have attended. Actually, if you look at the theme, it's an eye-opener, and I believe it will revolutionize the way we run journalism, especially when it will give us more information in as far as concerned when it comes to journalism in Africa. Yes.
Since morning we have a session, presentation, and a lot of things. Does the presentation and session that have been done in conference reveal or reflect the theme of the Africa dialogue in global and media in global?
Yes, they do review and they are relevant to this topic, to this theme. And actually, the other, when you look at the timetable and the other modules, presentations that are going to come, you discover that they are all in line with the theme, and we believe it will go a long way in helping the journalism fraternity.
Global journalism and global turmoil, also the journalism and digital authoritarianism is among of the things that have been discussed during the conference. What catch up you a lot?
Especially the issue of digitalization. Yes, that one, I think it is one of that is changing the world. You can see how taking havoc in the whole society. The issue of everyone being a journalist. When everyone with a smartphone becomes a journalist, the citizen journalism. So you discover that this digitization of journalism, actually it is taking over, but it is worrying that some of journalists might end up losing their jobs, especially when it comes to AI and so forth. You discover that when editors, AI will be just maybe editing the writing of stories and so forth and so forth. So I'm a little bit worried over that issue, that though we are hailing uploading digitization, we also have that other end of the journalists, our products, our students, we are training right now. Where exactly will they fit, especially if they fail to come up with being innovative and come up with their own initiatives to maybe to employ themselves and become content creators.
Thank you so much, and
Okay,
wish you all the
so
best
much.
in the conference.
Okay, thank you.
It's all about the conference, what is going on here, has been discussed. A lot of things, a lot of issues concerning the digital the digital retailism, concerning how digitalization has been going on. And we have another participant here. He can mention himself. Hey, good afternoon. Excitement to be here in Dar es Salaam today.
Yeah, today I'm very proud to be in Dar es Salaam.
It's your first time to be here in Dar es Salaam? Tanzania in general?
In Tanzania, I have been. This is my first time.
What's conference today?
Yeah, what about the hosting, the manner you received us, the hospitality of Tanzanians people. Another thing is about the theme we are debating about, and they presented the papers myself will present my paper tomorrow, and I'm excited to present it. Yeah, the paper is about print media in Rwanda. Is it the death of print media in Rwanda? Hard copy? When we see after the COVID-19, all print media shifted from hard copy to soft copy. And now, about 30 accredited newspapers, news media houses in Rwanda, only one is publishing in hard copy. Only one. I'm asking the question.
From 19, you said only one.
Only one after COVID-19. Only one from 30 media houses in the print media. Only one is publishing hard copy. Others shifted in soft copy. And now I'm asking myself: is it the death? Is it the end of print media in the hard copy in Rwanda?
The invention of technology, especially the digital technology and social, the merging of social media has replaced this print media. What can you comment on that, and what the print media or mainstream media should do in order to ensure that they're still surviving and sustaining?
My recommendation is that we don't hesitate to go 100% in the soft copy, in the soft version. It's better to keep some hard copies, hard copy version, just to maintain the culture of reading, culture of education of our youth, and the culture of history of media, of course. If we shift 100% in the soft copies, it will be not good. We will lose somehow.
Some person can ask how the invention of technology and to have material in soft copy can affect the community, and you say that is not good. Some people can ask how.
Yeah, how? First of all, we have some challenges. The challenge number one is soft copy is not accessible for everybody. When we go in the rural area, for example, they can't access to soft copy because they don't have internet. Some of them don't have internet. Another issue, soft copy somehow, there are some costs. You need to buy airtime, you need to buy internet. And of course, there is a lack of media literacy. Some of them are not able to use those technologies. While when he has or she has the hard copy, it's very easy to read and facing that copy.
You feel the realism.
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best on your presentation tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome to Dar es Salaam.
Okay, thank you very much.
This is one among of the participants here in the EACA conference 2024. As he mentioned, he going to present tomorrow about the print media. The print media is going to die due to the invasion of social media and other issues. So we have another participant here from EACA conference, and we are going to hear from her. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Where do you come from?
I'm coming from Norway at the university that is called NLI University College in Kristiansand. Yes.
What is your area of expertise?
I'm a lecturer in media and communication, and at the same time I'm a PhD student at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which I'm doing, and I'm also a media network, which I'll talk about here.
A lot of topics have been. We expected to discuss a lot of topics in this EACA conference, the 14th EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam. What do you think is catch up with you directly among the topics?
Among the topics that have really me so much is the way the media trends are now moving on, especially when we had the keynote speakers. And I feel that there's a lot that has to be done in terms of the trending media systems that we have now, and the topics that are really very diverse, especially in terms of digital literacy and conflicts, in which I'm also going to speak. My topic is going to speak about media and immigration, and how the media really participates in representing women in conflicts, especially in terms of online media platforms like Rwanda online and the New Times.
You said about how media is going to present. Can you elaborate a little bit? What's the role media should play in order to ensure that the presenting or underrepresenting of the women are not ever being seen in the media at all?
For me, I feel that the media have a role to have equal representation, and the perceptions that the audience have depend on what the media is talking about women. So my interest is to promote representation of women in the media, and especially when it comes to refugee women. So I would like to look into ways of how the media can play a role in perceptions and perspectives of the audience. So it's very important to have an equal representation and to have the voices of these women that would not be otherwise be heard. So for me, it's very important that the media plays a role in representing women in the way that they should be represented, because the way they represent them affects the policies.
Do you think that media practitioners and journalists are equipped enough to ensure that they represent all gender in media equally? And if not, oh yes, to what extent?
For me, because I'm also a lecturer in media and communication, I feel that there's a lot to be done in terms of cultural perspectives. A lot of many students still have their background in the way that they depict women, and I feel it has to start with the students. And my role as a lecturer, I'm teaching at the University of Rwanda School of Journalism and Communication, is to impart knowledge, because I have been a journalist and I know that the challenges that women face in terms of who are the sources of news. So I feel that it has to start from the roots, where the students are taught on how to involve gender representation in their reporting, in the way of finding stories, because we know that we have a lot of women expertise. So we need to teach them. They need to know that they need to go out and find women expertise in terms of sourcing their stories.
Thank you so much.
And I want to say something about the representation of researchers, because at this conference I'm also going to talk about connecting the African media research community. So I would like to encourage, because a lot of conferences, there's so much that is coming out. A lot of research has been done on the African continent, but we don't have this anywhere on the platform. So that's why the Afro Media Network, maybe you can come closer, the Afro Media Network was started in order to create a platform where the expertise of researchers such as this conference can be able to show their work, can be able to show their expertise and connect with other researchers, because we have a lot of conferences that are happening. We had one in Kigali, we had one in Burundi, so we'd like even the East African Communication Association conference here in Dar es Salaam to be able to open up to register the profile. It only takes a few minutes, register your profile. The African continent. So I encourage researchers to please connect with other researchers through the Afro Media Network. Thank you so much for
Thank you. I wish all the best.
Thank you so much.
This is one among of the participants from Kigali, Rwanda, and he also mentioned or share his spotlight about the media and the representation, how the journalists can represent make equal representation to the women and young girls here in Tanzania. And we have our own doctor, the lecturer from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, Dr. Elisha Magulanga. Dr. Elisha, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you too.
So do you prefer to speak in English, or you want to raise up our own national language?
I will speak in Kiswahili.
Okay, karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Tumekuwa na kongamano zuri sana hapa katika chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Maandalizi yalikuwa ni mazuri, lakini kuna vitu vingi ambavyo vipo hapa, hususan kuelekea katika maudhui ya mkutano huu. Vitu gani ambavyo watu watarajie zaidi?
Kwanza tunashukuru kupata nafasi hii. Naongea kama mshiriki, naamini industry itapata mabadiliko makubwa. Unajua siku zote maendeleo ya sehemu yote yanaanzia na tafiti. Kwa hiyo nafasi ya kufanya tafiti ni kwamba tunatafuta solution ya matatizo fulani. Ndio maana tunaangalia kwenye kila eneo. Kuna maeneo ya akili mnemba, kuna maeneo ya mambo ya habari za uchunguzi, kuna maeneo ya habari ya kuripoti hii peace journalism, mambo ya conflict. Tumeona mfano wa presentation ambayo imemaliza kutoka sasa hivi. Ni vitu vizuri ambavyo ndipo dunia inakuelekea, lakini inatusaidia sana kutoa mwelekeo wa kutunga sera sahihi, sheria sahihi na namna njia ya kusimamia hivi vyombo vya habari kupitia tafiti. Kwa hiyo tunapokutana watu kutoka katika mataifa tofauti, tunajifunza uzoefu kutoka mataifa mengine, wao wanafanya nini kulingana na tatizo hili, na wengine wanaweza kusema tumefanya hivi, na sisi kama Watanzania tumepata hiyo faida kwamba haya maarifa yote yanayokusanywa yataingia kwenye vitabu, yatasaidia hata kuboresha mitaala yetu ya kufundishia. Kwa hiyo faida zipo nyingi sana.
Tafiti zilizotoka katikati ya mwaka huu zilieleza kwamba akili mnemba imeshachukua ajira za watu kwa 40% duniani. Ikiwemo sehemu ambayo inaathirika zaidi ni sehemu ya habari na mawasiliano. Wanahabari wanatakiwa wachukue jukumu gani au wafanye nini ili kuhakikisha kwamba akili mnemba inatumika, kwa sababu hatuwezi kushindana nayo kiteknolojia, lakini tunaitumia katika mazingira ambayo tutakuwa na jamii yenye uendelevu?
Mimi ni kweli inapunguza nafasi, lakini ajira zitakazopotea kwa waandishi wa habari ni wale wasiojua kutumia akili mnemba. Ikitokea mwenye chombo anataka kupunguza wahariri mathalani kwa kwenye magazeti, kwa sababu anajua anaweza kutumia akili mnemba kuhariri habari, lazima aachie wale wanaojua kutumia ili waendelee na kazi. Kwa hiyo tunatakiwa yani hatuwezi kuikimbia. It is here to stay. Na ipo kwa ajili ya kurahisisha kazi. Kwa hiyo wito naweza kutoa kama ni kwa waandishi wa habari, tasnia, teknolojia tuende nayo na tusipokee kwa mapokeo hasi. Kwa sababu tukipokea kwa mapokeo hasi ndio tunatengeneza ombwe. Tunasema gap. Ukishatengeneza gap ikakuacha kuja kutap kwenye hiyo trend ni ngumu sana kwenda nayo.
Unadhani kwamba vyombo vya habari vya Tanzania kuelekea sasa katika uchaguzi mkuu unaofuata, moja ya vitu ambavyo tunatarajia tupate kutoka kwa watu watakaotoa mada ni swala zima la demokrasia, lakini pia na utawala bora. Vyombo vya habari vya Tanzania vina kipi cha kujifunza ili kuhakikisha kwamba uchaguzi unaoelekea uchaguzi wa Novemba 2024 habari zitakazokuwa zinatoka ziwe na ukweli, uhalisia, lakini pia ziweze kuakisi ile hali halisi ambayo inaendelea katika jamii?
Jambo la kwanza ni uzalendo. Tumeona inapotokea kwa majirani zetu, na tumesikia iliyotokea Mali. Hili ombwe la fake news wakati mwingine linachochea vitu ambavyo inawezekana havipo. Kwa hiyo Watanzania tuchukue tahadhari, tuwapime wagombea kwa kuwasikiliza, lakini mitandao ya jamii itumike kutufundisha kujua haki zetu na namna gani tunaweza tukapata viongozi bora. Na sababu mtu kishakuwa mzalendo kwenye nchi yako, sisi tunabadana hapa, tutaenda wapi? Si ndio? Kwa hiyo uzalendo sio kuimba labda mapambio ya kusifu na kuabudu kwa viongozi. Uzalendo unaipenda nchi yako. Unaipenda kwa sababu gani? Ina utamaduni mzuri, ina chakula kizuri, ina vivutio vizuri vya utalii, si ndio? Ina mifugo, ina kila kitu. Sasa unapoanza kupenda nchi yako kwa mazingira kama yale, utakuwa ambassador wa kwanza kuwa mzalendo.
Tunakushukuru sana daktari.
Asante.
Is Dr. Elisha Magolanga, the lecturer from the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, who is also here to attend the 3 days of the EACA Conference 2024 with the theme of the Africa and the Global Dialogue in Media and Communication. We expect a lot of things to happen. We expect a lot of things to be here, and we expect a lot of issues to be discussed and rising through this dialogue, as we heard before, the issues concerning the digital authoritarianism, digital literacy, the artificial intelligence, and all things concerning the gender representation in the media are key issues that have been discussed. And a lot of issues have been raising here, and wish you all the best. Keep on following us, keep on watching us in Mlimani TV UDism. Also, you can follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Official.
August this year, we guarantee all the participants to have a conducive environment, well-protected environment, and as you come, we invite you to visit not only the
and what I'm interested to know is that from a conceptual point of view, when you do your final analysis, how are you going to put your findings about your content together with your findings about and then funding, but also about personalities? Does this come into it at all? And particularly France, because the community sector is so small, well, relatively small, you can have one or two key people in a particular radio station or whatever that kind of becomes the face of it and the glue of it, and when they go, you lose continuity, or generationally, that is the case. I think that a higher vantage point.
About leadership. I have somebody, a colleague who's kind of looking at the roles of leaders, but my impression is absolutely that the role of a strong individual can make an enormous amount of difference. And we see that not only in the community media sector, but in all sorts of spaces. Organizations around, founder syndrome, you talk about. I've come across several people who've kind of clearly been the glue that held the place together. And actually what is also interesting is that at leadership level, some of these projects, some of these leaders really are long-term. It's become, they stay in their position for a really, really long time. And those tend to be more stable, more successful. Your other point I need to think about. The nexus between content policy and crisis. I suppose we go into this area because we're concerned about content. We create policies in order to deliver the kind of content that we feel is productive and that is useful. Enable that. And for that purpose, we need to understand better where the obstacles are and where the issues are. And I guess that's my fundamental point, is that some of those issues just haven't really been considered sufficiently. And romanticism is a problem.
Any other burning question before Madam Helen starts? Any burning question? Yes.
Thank you for these interesting presentations. So one for Franz and one for Terje. I'm curious, you say policy will also have to take this into consideration. I'm just curious about how this would be done, because you're talking about media capture, and I'm wondering how this can be done. And for Terje, have you also taken into account situations like, for example, government who is elected, they become communication advisors, press attachés, and then they come back to the newsrooms afterwards. So navigating between communicators and journalists. Do you see that phenomenon as well? Thank you.
Anybody else maybe be able to answer the two of them together? There's somebody over there.
So in the research study that I did in 2022, many journalists working in the government media are in one way or the other having certified in the universities. But in the private media, they are not that much educated. So do you see the journalism education with journalism loyalty in the media industry?
Thank you to both of you for your questions. And I think both questions relate to the question of journalistic identity more than journalistic content as such. But Christina, yes, clearly there is a fluidity in journalism in many of these countries, where you see journalists are moving between an information or kind of like a government kind of communication position into journalism. I mean, what's the approach the journalists, I think, rather than just media content. So it was a bit of speculation on my behalf when I said that. But on the other hand, we are now finalizing big study where we also include Ethiopia, the Worlds of Journalism study. Ask about this, how many of them actually also do communication work and other type of work. And then to Mulato's, and that's also about journalistic identity and what No. You know, you must never ask that question to a journalism educator, because we will always emphasize that journalism education is so important. but the pure fact in the state media than in the private media. That we know as a fact. Does journalism education make a difference? Hopefully hopefully it does, somehow.
Just very quickly, I mean, you're asking what kind of things a policy could do to minimize these issues that I've outlined. Rule that said politicians and family members cannot serve on boards of local radio stations. And that's a kind of thing that can be done, and that's a positive measure. So those kinds of things could be extended. And I think some mechanisms of monitoring and of conflict resolution could be built into the system. I think those are the sorts of things that might be of assistance. And greater transparency. I think more attention being paid to what happens at these small local media outlets would be very useful.
Thank you so much, Prof. Taj and name Festus, for that good presentation and the way you have answered your questions. Now we go to Madam Helen Magondo, presenting a paper on interrogating the effects of media in voicing human rights during 2023 Kenya Maandamano period after elections. Welcome, Madam Olo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Helen Ogondo from Daystar University, Nairobi, Kenya. I'm a student there. We were looking at this topic with my two colleagues, but unfortunately they were not able to come, but I will represent today. So we have an interest in this topic, the effects of media in voicing human rights during 2023 Kenyan Maandamano period after elections. Maandamano in English is demonstrations. When we were looking at this topic, we didn't even know that again in 2024 in Kenya we will have what people have termed the mother of all the demonstrations in Kenya. So we've had elections in Kenya, and every time after elections we have disputes, and after the disputes we find that we've always had demonstrations in these mandamanos. So that's why we are out to research on this study. So we are out to research on this study. Introduction and the background of the study. This is work in progress, so I'll just go on very fast just to mention on some of the things. When you look at the history of Kenya, we find that, when we look at all the nations in the world, media plays a pivotal role, and we find that especially during elections, especially during elections, campaigns in any country. And we find that in Kenya, we find that media has been playing their part in covering the campaigns before and even after the elections. So we find that these are the times that media is placed in a very strategic point whereby most of the time we find that is to be objective in their reporting, especially also in human rights. So in the year 2023, in the Kenyan elections, we are followed by chaos, protests, rebellion, as Kenya Act of 2023. And we find that the ones that really expressed these demonstrations, it was witnessed by anarchy, unruliness, mutiny, and rebellion. We find that the Kenyan government, through the police, were using force, and we find that many of the young people lost their lives. We find that there was something like anarchy. I find that there was rebellion, and those days it was like Mondays and Thursdays. People could not go to work because they didn't know what was going to happen. So they were being held on Monday and Thursday, and we find that there was looting. I mean, people took the advantage of the demonstrations, and police had to use tear gas, water cannons. So we find that the reason why we were looking at this study is because media has a role to play during crisis, and particularly at this time whereby we have people who are looking at them for them to be objective when they are reporting, and also people looking at the government, and we find that they are the ones who provide the information and contribute extensively to the public, because we find that the news, it is the news that forms the agenda, and what the media, what comes from the media is what forms the agenda, especially after the elections and even before the elections. So we find that it can influence, it can controlling the times of work studies, family, society in both positive and negative ways, mentally, physically, and emotionally. So we find that Even though the media is not the only source of information for voters, it's the medium that increases and determines the political agenda of an area. So media coverage before and during may end up in post-election violence. So the reason why we are looking at this, the problem here is that Kenya has been going through demonstrations every time after the elections. So even though the media tries to be objective in especially in human rights, we find that the government that is in charge at such a time like that takes control and tries to manipulate. That's why you find that this is something that goes on 1 year after the other. So we are going to use 3 research questions. And what role did the media play in protecting the human rights during the Kenyan demonstrations? And then number 2, how did the media select the stories to be covered, reported during the Kenyan demonstrations in 2023? And how did the media messages at least affect human rights during Kenyan demonstrations? Then justification of this study, it will provide feedback to the government. We find that since this is a problem that is in the nation, the media fraternity and the government after this study will find feedback regarding the effectiveness of media in Kenya and the strategy that can be used. What is it that can be done so that after elections, the media can protect the human rights in Kenya? I mean, you see, like what happened in 2023 is a bit different with what happened in 2024, because in the demonstrations in 2024 there was a big effect, because you find that the finance bill that was to be passed was not passed, which means that the government heard the cry of the people. And then it will, the justification again is that the study will be of importance to Media Commission of Kenya, who act as watchdogs, checking government actions as they set agenda for public discussions of issue, which means that the media will not be manipulated, because looking at the media, they're supposed to be objective. And you find that at times they are forced not to report what they are supposed to report for the public of the nation. Then the study will also be much importance to the media as they form the communication that facilitate the production, dissemination, and exchange of political content on platforms and within networks that accommodate interaction and collaboration. Then this study will be guided by liberal critical theory by Habermas and later developed by Hegel. Use this theory is because it takes a critical approach of the humanities and social philosophy, and that focuses on society and culture to attempt to reveal, critique, and challenge power structures. So this theory, in its approach, it critiques the social dimensions in human rights. That's why we chose it to use it for this study. Then we'll adopt qualitative approach whereby we'll use ethnography design. Here we will use digital media, that is secondary data that has already been collected. We'll be looking at the newspapers. We'll also be looking at the digital media, maybe the standard newspapers. We look at the standard nation media, digital media, what is already there. And a concentric software that analyzes qualitative data. And then we'll also have in-depth interviews whereby we'll interview the journalists, we'll interview the people using semi-structured interview guides, and then we'll analyze data during the demonstration period in 2023. And we find that because this was 2023, as we will be going on with the study, we'll connect it with the demonstration in 2024 so that we find out the gap, the problem, what can be done to to solve the issue, because every time, after every election, we find that there is demonstration. We find that there is a problem, either with the political parties, with the opposition, the government, or the people themselves. They are not satisfied with what is happening. So this is work in progress. Thank you so much. I welcome any question.
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting study, being very current in Kenya. I expect it's going to elicit a lot of reactions. Can we have...
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to make a few quick comments. You said that you're using theoretical framework, critical Habermasian
liberation, theory,
and Habermas or Karl Marx or Hegel. Who is developing whose? And I think there seems to be kind of logical problem there. On your methodology, you said there's a litany of different instruments that you plan actually to use. Mm-hmm. You said that you are using ethnography. How are you going to use ethnography, interview, content analysis within the order to come up with the kind of, question that you raise, that you'll be addressing those questions? So in what kind of ethnography is going to address those research questions? Thank you.
Maybe you can have the next question. Kindly have that question in mind, Madam.
Can I answer or I wait?
Can you be able to answer the two questions together? Or maybe you can answer that. Let her answer that first, so that you may not forget. Go ahead.
Okay. About the theory, I see that we are going to use the liberal critical theory by Habermas. It was Habermas first, then it was later developed by Marx. So, what was the question? It is Marx who is developing Habermas theory. Yes.
Maybe I think you are here to enlighten. I think if she's not doing it the right way, we are here to help one another. I think most of us are amateur researchers. So that's why we are here to help one another to develop our ideas. So maybe you can guide us. What do you think yourself?
Okay, when we were looking at it, we thought that he was developing it after Habermas. That's what we are looking at. Yeah, because this study, this work on progress, we still accept correction. Yes.
Maybe to go back to my colleague there, I think it is important that if you have a knowledge, something that you know, that we share together so that we can be able to enlighten one another. I think it is even better to do it in the plenary, so that everybody is talking about. What do you think? Maybe you can share. Kindly. Okay. Can you share that? That is very important.
Yeah, Marx and Hegel passed away a long time ago. Then
We're talking about around 1842, long time ago. That's what we are looking at. That's when they...
I'm talking about the historical period. So because for one to come and basically develop and critique something, he has to be preceding the other ones or coming after the other ones. So I think the logical reason is, if you simply look at the time frame when Habermas lived and Hegel and basically Marx lived, the logical answer would be, well, these are basically the predecessors of Hegel and Marx, and logically speaking, it's Habermas that can actually develop and extend the theories of Hegel and Marx rather than the other way around. So that was why I was trying to...
Thank you. That is well noted.
Thank you so much for that. Any other question? Yes, kindly pass the microphone.
Yes, Ellen, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My question is, and I hope I got you very well, we do studies to make sure that we address certain problems in the communities. And this is not the first time that a study like this is being done or conducted after violence has erupted in your country. Now, the issue is, I would like to understand what could be the problem that studies similar to this one have been done in the past related to Kenyan media and the role the media are playing in causing or promoting violence after elections. Problem persistent. I think in your study you will need to find out why the problem is persistent, such that in future there can be a problem such that we can have peace in Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, that is the reason why we have interest in this study, because it is something that has been happening for years. And knowing that in every country we have the human beings have the right to demonstrate, they have the right to speak out, and they have the right to their constitution. So you find that most of the times when maybe the government wants to force things or manipulate things, we find that the media has the role. What is it that can be done? What is it that can be said? What is it that, what role can the media voice out for the effect of human rights in this country, so that these events that occur every year after another can stop? What can solve the problem? That is the gap that we are looking at. What is it that can be done? Because this has been a problem. You find that we had it in 2023, again in 2024. We had the same, and we don't even know whether it is over. It is something that is happening. And you find that in 2023, because of that finance bill and the high tax rates, you find that most of the investors even left. A common person had a problem. And then that's why you find that when the opposition leader called the people to demonstrate, they were out there demonstrating because they didn't have jobs, they had problems. So we are trying to find this gap. What is this problem? What is it that can be done so that these demonstrations will not happen? What is it that can be done that even after elections or after a new government takes over in the nation, we have that process whereby we don't have the complaints, we don't have the killings, because we find that many young people lose their lives. We find that people, especially the politicians, the opposition, at times they live in fear because they don't know whether they'll be killed or something. And then even in these demonstrations, when people are killed, at times the media fails even to the odds of losing, or they fear because of their lives.
Any other question? Or was your question well answered? Any other concern? Okay, as she's putting it, she says that this is work in progress. There's always room for for improvement. So as you continue, I know you're working closely with others, develop a good proposal and do a good research. I don't know whether there's anybody, maybe you can have your seat, because I don't see anybody else with a question. We had 2 people who had not presented. I don't know whether they have arrived. One, not 2, because the other one I was told was not supposed to present today. There was this gentleman by the name Dan Okoth. Dan Okoth? He's still not there. Okay. There have not been any other person. I tend to maybe request Madam President to come and make her remarks. Not now. Okay. Any other question? Because I think we are. I think it's around 4:30. So almost 5, yeah? So we've even taken much of other people's time because there's a session coming up after this. Thank you so much for everyone who has. There is somebody with a question there.
Thank you. My question will go to the first presenter, Professor Te. If your presentation was quite illuminating on the competing roles of journalists in state media control societies. Now, of the one thing I did not get, of the various competing roles, is there a particular role that journalists in these societies maybe tend to coalesce around? Could it be that they become collaborators, they give up and become collaborators, or they become subtle resistors? Is there a particular role that your study noticed that journalists tend to adapt in the face of state capture and state control? Thank you.
Okay.
Well, yes, I know we're running clearly out of time, but it's such a good question. I would love to speak about it for a long, long time. I studied exactly that in my PhD project, and I looked at these different commitments or loyalties. So one would be to the owner, one would be to the profession, one would be to the nations. Those were the 3 that I looked at specifically. And what I found, one has to differentiate between the journalists' internal drive and their loyalty in real professional life. But their internal drive is much less to the owner than what you would think on the surface, what is coming out in the media. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that they are not, when I interview all these journalists, they are not really committed to supporting the owner through their reporting. They have professional commitments. They also have a commitment to the nation and to the people, which would be higher, personally. But at the end of the day, they keep practicing government supporting journalism for other reasons. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. And the rest who have presented, kindly clap for them. And thank you for everyone who has contributed, given their insights. They are very valuable. And I would encourage that as you go out, kindly share other sentiments with the ones who have presented. It will go a very long way to enrich their research output. And thank you. I'll be presenting my paper tomorrow. Thank you so much. That's all right. Thank you.
Hi, are the next presenters here? I see one.
Welcome to Dar es Salaam.
We're about to start. Please bear with us. Hi, good evening, everyone. I only hear one person for some reason, Amy. Good evening, Amy. Okay, so we have our next session. Yeah, it will go for an hour. And we actually have 4 presenters with us. So Dr. Sandra Pitcher will be the first one from University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. We'll talk about Wikipedia. Said what? Who are you? Yes, about that one. Okay. Here, and the third one, Rashid, is not here, so Dr. Dotto will be our second presenter, and then
is actually writing these Wikipedia pages. So just to give you a little bit of background, if it wants to work, obviously not. Oh well, if it doesn't work, that's fine. But anyway, the background that I was going to talk to you about is essentially in the last 6 months, South Africa has gone through a national election. It was our 30-year democracy. And in this election, there were more than 50 political parties on the ballot paper. And this includes 32 new parties that came on since the last election in 2019. So there were a lot of very new parties that most of us didn't know much about. And it tended to be that only the mainstream parties, the African National Congress, that eventually lost its majority for the first time, had information. The main oppositions, the Democratic Alliance, the Economic Freedom Fighters, and the new party known as MK, or Mkhonto Sizwe, which didn't even have a didn't even have a party manifesto before the election. So people didn't really know much about them. And as I said, the mainstream press didn't really cover these smaller parties and these new parties because there wasn't any information about them. And so normally what happens when people don't know stuff, they go, oh, I'll do my own research. I'm going to go onto Wikipedia. And what was really interesting at this stage was that even though only 77% of these parties had web pages to get information, every single one of them had a Wikipedia page. So it meant that the only place people could get information was on Wikipedia. So I thought, well, who's writing them? Do we even know who these creators are? What are they telling us? So essentially, the aim of the research, see, I'm not very good at this. Okay, so the aim of the research was who's creating these pages. That was the first thing I wanted to know. Who decides what party players that are making Wikipedia page can create a page. Anybody who wants to go and edit a page can go and edit a page, unless it is locked. There is no South African political party whose page is completely locked. The African National Congress has a semi-protected page, which means that you have to be a registered user. That doesn't matter who you are. You can go and edit. Every other political party, it's open season. The second thing is who's maintaining these pages? Who's editing them? Okay, because often what happens is if you create a page, it doesn't mean that you are responsible for the authorship, because other people are adding to it all the time. So essentially what I wanted to do, and I'm going to skip past this. This was a very nice story about why we don't trust Wikipedia and the fact it was a hoax. But Wikipedia has essentially 5 pillars. I've only got 4 there because the first pillar is be an encyclopedia. That's Wikipedia's first pillar. The second pillar is that you need to be, the information cannot be original research, and it has to have a verifiable source. So you've got to make sure that it's got a verifiable source. And the way that they categorize it is it has to be something that has been published in a reputable source. So this can be newspapers, it can be journals, academic journals, it can be books, anything like that, broadcasts, YouTube videos, anything that gives some sort of evidence. Now, one area of research that I'm going to be speaking about this impact that this has on indigenous knowledge systems, because it means that it excludes things like oral tradition and oral histories, because it's not verifiable in the way that they talk about it. The second thing is that you've got to keep a neutral point of view as much as possible. And that's to try and keep out the so-called bias. But as I argue in this paper, what does tend to emerge is author bias and editor bias. And it's not something that is overt. Sources that they're using that end up creating a sort of bias. The third one is really just about being part of the community, be respectful. And then a really important, the fifth pillar, which is really important, is the idea of making your own rules. And the idea behind it is that the community guides the encyclopedia in a way that is flexible, so there are no hard rules in place to stop people from changing the rules, but at the same time, there sort of are rules. And you will find that the more expert you are at the site, the better you know how to navigate these policies, the better you are at navigating these guidelines. So it kind of, it's a little bit of a catch-22. Okay, I'm going to skip my methodology because no one likes methodology, it's boring. But just so you know, I did use a lot of help with computational analysis, and I scraped a lot of Wikipedia using different AI tools. But essentially what we found was that, well, what I found, not we, what I found in this is that just before the elections and after the elections, there was an uptick in user engagement. So it meant people were looking at these parties. In fact, the only party, and unfortunately my little arrow has disappeared, otherwise it would be there and you could see it, but the only party that saw a decline in traffic was the ruling African National Congress. So there is sort of an implication there that maybe people were moving away from the ANC. They wanted to find out more about parties that they weren't sure of previously. So that was kind of the first part of the research. There is definitely something going on here, and it's important to kind of note this because it means there are people wanting and looking at this information because obviously they're not getting it elsewhere. So then I started digging into who these people are. And what I found was that out of the 51 parties that contested the election, and of their wiki, actually only 17 authors. So there were very few authors. And what was most surprising is that there was one particular user who had created more than a third of the political party pages in South Africa. The main parties, the ANC, the Democratic Alliance, the EFF, they were not part of that. What's interesting is that the major parties in South Africa have been created by users outside of South Africa, except for the EFF, which, for those of you that don't know, is a sort of radical left-wing party. And what's really interesting about it is that they were created by the only self-identifying non-binary user. They were a transgendered woman living in Cape Town who created the EFF page, so I think that that's kind of interesting. But what you can really see here and what's really important is that most of them were English, most of them were okay, I didn't work out, we couldn't find out the race of everyone, but it is important to note that of the black users, people that identified as black, none of them were South African. They were all from outside the country. So it kind of shows that the disadvantaged groups in South Africa are still disadvantaged, and we don't see their voices online in the same sort of way. So I just want to introduce you to a guy called Greenman. Greenman has edited and created, as I said, more than a third. He's now become one of the main editors as well on these pages. Talks about how normally a content creator for a Wikipedia page doesn't maintain the most authorship. People over time overtake that person, and the author is usually lost to history. This is not the case with South African political party pages. Greenman is very much the dominant voice. And what you can see here is also on the right-hand side are all the other categories, themes of types of Wikipedia pages he makes. So he's not just into politics. He does a lot in sport, especially chess, world chess, and South African football, and then arts and literature, and mostly South African Afrikaans literature, and South African black musicians. So what you can see here, first off, not only is he sort of very diverse in what he's looking at, but he again represents a white male. He is a programmer, so he knows the ins and outs of Wikipedia. But I do just want to point to one more person. This guy is Sabaka. And Sabaka has much less information about him. All he's really interested in is preserving the Afrikaans language. And the reason I brought him in, originally the research was only going to be looking at English Wikipedia pages, but it turned out that a whole bunch of the political party pages, the only page that was available about them was in Afrikaans, and they had been created by this person. They'd created and they range from almost anything. They are adamant that they are going to translate the whole of Wikipedia into Afrikaans. That is their main thing. And in fact, with Afrikaans Wikipedia, he is the 4th most prolific. Importantly, in terms of editing, he is the only person who edits these pages. Even bots don't go after the Afrikaans Wikipedia page, unlike the English ones. So again, we've got just one voice coming through. Oh, can I finish? I've got one slide left. That's it. So, yeah, so I just say my takeaways is there any sort of bias? Well, yes, there is. It's content bias. And the most important one here is that it's the same people saying the same things, using the same sources. So essentially what's going to happen is that things that are written in other languages in South Africa, which has 12 official languages, is going to be left out of Wikipedia. And so just to cause a little bit of controversy, I did put at the end there that essentially what we see with the South African Wikipedia pages is that they remain a bastion of white privilege. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we clap for her, please? Thank you so much. That was really interesting. There's a reason that why we tell our students never to use Wikipedia as a source of information, and that just emphasizes on that fact. Okay, so we're going to preserve our questions towards the end. Next up is Dr. Dotto. Dr. Dotto Kuhenga, he's from the University of Dar es Salaam, and his presentation is Daily News and the Citizen newspapers, reportage of the Tanzania Media Services Act, number 12 of 2016, enactment process. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Well, maybe because of time, I can just start. As he said in the presentation. Well, basically, the study is actually the core work, the study. Me and Zuhura Mtatifikolo, who could not make it here. She works with the Parliament of Tanzania. And the study is about the an analysis of Daily News and the Citizen newspapers reportage of the Tanzanian Media Service Act, number 12 of 2016 enactment process from September to November 2016. That was the time this law was enacted. The process began a few years ago, but in 2016, that's when the enactment process actually took place. And towards the enactment, it was actually a very fast process, which actually took this month, and the Parliament discussed the bill for a very short time at that moment. And in November by the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and there are so many issues and debates and conversations about the process, and therefore this study was done just because of the importance on looking at how the media took part in the discussions and the conversations. And as long as this was actually the law that relates to the media. So it was something to do with the legislation process, media legislation, but also it was something to do with the changing of the because we have been having the law that existed for many years. I think the last media law was the Newspaper Act, which was have a very new law when it comes to especially the newspaper, but more importantly with regard to the media. And therefore, the key issues included, one, to understand power in this process. How did the media influence, at least the debates? How did it influence the key issues that were addressed within this Media Service Act? And the other issue included the concerns that were do with how would this law now address the key issues that have been into the public domain, especially with the media in Tanzania. For instance, issues to do with defamation, issues to do with the independence of the media working, but also the professionalism of the journalists, and even issues to do with what kind of education, for instance, that will allow the journalists to be practicing as journalists in terms of, for instance, whether they should have a bachelor degree or they should have a diploma and all that. So these were the key issues that actually surrounded the whole process. And therefore, the key objectives of this study, or maybe before that, but also the other concerns included issues to do with how the media now frame key issues that concern themselves. Because we have seen media doing a lot of framing on issues that are not concerned with the media, but rather they are concerned with other issues such as politics and all that. And therefore the other key issues was actually to look at how the media now frame issues that concern themselves, issues that concern journalists and all that. It's unfortunate that the presentation still cannot, but at least you can follow, right? Yeah, so the objective included, one, to look at the nature of the information that surrounded the that related to this, at the objectivity, because this was the issue that concerns journalists, that concerns the media itself. Now, how far they were objective in reporting this particular process. And then lastly, in relation to that, was actually the issue of what position did actually the media actually take. And therefore, looking at these two major newspapers, the Daily News, that is the public-owned or government-owned newspaper, but also the Citizen, which is a private-owned with high reputation and high circulation, so to speak, were actually the key samples or the key case to look at the coverage. And the theory that guided the study, there are two theories. One is the popular agenda setting theory, but also the framing theory in relation to how now different aspects were framed by these newspapers at this particular time. Design, which actually included so much of content analysis, and the content analysis actually was on the articles and the editorials. And well, within the methodology, we even found some of the earlier findings, including that it was so surprising that these newspapers actually had a very few articles and editorials actually covering the issue that concerned them. And we found, because this process was now purposive, we found that there were only 10 articles in the 3 months. I mean, from September, actually covered the enactment process, which actually 6 were from the Citizen, and 4 were from the Daily News. And even another surprising issue was that there were no serious editorial actually dealing with the issue within these 2 newspapers. Now, the findings in brief. One, in terms of the nature of the information, the 2 papers were instrumental, yes, in defining and describing media service, which was actually more of giving information about what the law would actually deal with. And they were in a way not so much biased, but they did not cover the very controversial issues, the key issues that most of the journalists, most of the media stakeholders would actually expect that these newspapers would be covering. But another thing in terms of objectivity, well, balancing in the news story was really hardly observed, whereby not because the newspaper lacked bias, but because the 2 avoided to make any serious allegations, serious concerns towards the government, towards the key stakeholders in terms of what actually the act will actually be dealing with. And even the sources and the facts and the opinions were facts that you just mentioned, that the law will be dealing with this and this. But looking at key issues, matters of fun within this newspaper were not that much actually covered, and therefore the framing was so kind of skeptical, like they were framing in a way that is more of following the already existing trajectory.
1 minute.
I think I'm in the last editions of the papers. One, as I said, there were no editorials when you look at these 2 newspapers. But also the articulation of the articles were more of just the hard news, the pyramid, you know, like following who said what was said, and all that, without looking at other styles, other aspects that actually go into the key aspects. So definitely the coverage of the Media Service Act, yes, it was there of covering the critical aspects, the critical issues that were expected. It wasn't actually done as expected. But also, this has led also to more issues being discussed, and people now have been talking about a lot of issues. The conversation has been more on doing the amendment and also, you know, removing some of the aspects and all that. And so we think this was because of how the coverage wasn't that much critical. And therefore, lastly, the recommendation is that media stakeholders in Tanzania need to be more prepared when it comes to participating in critical aspects or critical with the funds and all that, but also arguments backed with facts should actually be used, so that issues to do with credibility, but also dealing or addressing issues that concern them should be done in a way that is more objective. And lastly, policymakers need to ensure that instead of just dictating what the rules should be, there should be more conversations, open and participatory procedures when it comes to different laws, not only media's laws, but also other laws. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Dotto. That was also another interesting session, an interesting topic to look at, especially since you compared these 2 newspapers, a public newspaper and a private newspaper, with only 10 articles in 3 months. So that's interesting. Okay, so Amy, you're up next. So Amy here, as I said, Emmy Larson, right? Yes. Emmy Larson, she is the Director of Global Field Engagement and Strategic Projects Democracy Forward Team from Microsoft US. And her presentation is about abusive AI-generated harms and AI solutions to promote democracy. So, the 10 minutes are yours. Okay. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. How is everyone doing? Good. It's so wonderful to be with you all. My name is Amy Larson, and I am strategic projects for Microsoft's Democracy Forward team. I'm here at the invitation of the U.S. Embassy, so thank you so much for that invitation. To be able to deep dive into a recent paper that Microsoft has published on protecting the public from abusive AI-generated content. And I wanted to take this opportunity to step back and look at a couple different examples across several different regions and several different aspects of the potential harm landscape as we are seeing it, and to share some of our insights and obviously to continue to learn from all of you and your expertise as well. The mission of our team, by the way, is to preserve, protect, and advance the fundamentals of democracy by promoting a healthy information ecosystem, by safeguarding open and secure democratic processes, and for advocating for corporate civic responsibility. A little bit of context. I'm based in San Francisco, but Microsoft has been present in Africa for over 30 years. We have offices in 12 countries across the continent, including several of the countries that are represented here. We have more than 1,900 full-time employees and work with over 21,000 partners throughout Africa. And in the 3 decades since we've been here, we've invested in the tech ecosystem, including in cloud infrastructure, in development centers, in skilling and capacity building. We also have a sister initiative called the Airband Initiative that is working to close the connectivity gap throughout Africa and the world, including in the United States, and has committed to bringing broadband connectivity to over 100 million people, with a significant portion of those in East Africa. I think it's important to continue to remember that even as we push the cutting edge forward, there are about 2.7 billion people who still lack access to the internet, and about 700 million that don't actually have electricity yet. So there is so much we need to do to help everyone build on the promise of connectivity and new technologies, including AI. So we never lose sight of that in the work that we're doing either. So like all technologies, AI can create many opportunities, but in the hands of bad actors, obviously AI can also lead to harms, such as through the creation of deceptive synthetic content and deepfakes. Just so we're all on the same page, a deepfake is a fraudulent piece of content that can be an image, audio, or video that has been manipulated or created using AI. Often, this synthetic content is trying to replace a real person's voice or image, or both, for the purpose of deception or fraud or a scam. So this is not the filter you're putting on your pictures during your family vacation. So that's still totally fine because there's no bad intent there, right? If you're just making the lighting better and all of that, that's not what we're talking about. So even as we are working to democratize the many benefits of AI, we really have to consider how anti-democratic actors might deploy these same technologies against free and open societies. Some of the findings from this paper, and this paper is really focused on protecting the public, and in particular, very vulnerable and targeted segments of the population, including women, children, voters, elderly, and consumers, from abusive AI-generated content. So we've outlined our approach in this recent policy paper. We describe how AI tools can now quite easily create highly realistic media that can deceive and manipulate individuals and communities. Now, this poses threats to societal trust and the integrity of information. This also creates real-world harms, tangible harms like financial loss, exploitation, and the erosion of trust in digital content. Let me give a few examples. So in the US, we saw this recently in the context of elections when Elon Musk shared a manipulated video of presidential candidate Kamala Harris on X. And several months before that, there was an AI-generated robocall, a fake audio, of President Biden in New Hampshire before the primary election, where it sounded like he was telling Democrats not to vote. Well, of course, that's very inconsistent with his general messaging. So people figured that out pretty quickly that that wasn't him. And also in October of last year, fraudsters used AI to impersonate the chair of the African Union. And last fall in Slovenia, a deepfake audio recording circulated in which one of the top candidates seemed to bring about rigging the election, and that went viral 2 days before the polls closed. That candidate lost a very close election. Another trend we're tracking is the rise in deepfakes as a form of online gender-based violence. In politics, online violence is significantly deterring women's political participation, with over 80% of women parliamentarians and elected officials reporting psychological violence because of this. Women also face harassment over 60% more frequently than men, and this is a real fear of having a chilling effect because 1 in 6 women leave politics globally now during their first term, citing some of this as a reason. We saw in Kenya recently a fairly poorly done deepfake video that implicated the Kenyan president and the new female head of the Ministry of Defense. So we're really concerned that this rise in AI deepfakes could shift the demographics of who runs for office, who stays in office, and the very fabric of a fully representative society. I want to also share one more story about the use of a deepfake in the corporate environment, and then tell you a bit about how Microsoft is approaching some of these problems with our technologies. In January of 2024, there was an employee of a Hong Kong branch of a big company, and he received a message from someone who said they were the chief financial officer, the CFO. So he joined a video call, and on the video call, he saw what seemed to be his other colleagues. But these were not his colleagues. They were actually deep-faked versions of his colleagues, taken from publicly available video. And during that meeting, they all agreed that this gentleman should agree to transfer millions of dollars, which he did. He transferred $25 million. That was a $25 million loss for the company. This highlights the growing sophistication of imposter scams using a lot of these technologies. Last year, they amounted to $2.7 billion in losses, with over a third of organizations around the world saying that they have encountered voice deepfake fraud attempts. So in our paper, we talk about a lot of different ways that we're trying to approach this challenge, and I'll talk even more about all of this tomorrow morning. So don't worry, we only have 2 minutes left, but there's a lot more. So please come back for the 8:45 a.m. keynote. There's more, for sure. But let me just overview how we're planning to address this problem from a broad framework perspective. So we've advocated, obviously, for a strong safety architecture that has to be applied at the AI platform level, the model level, application layers. We also advocate for aspects such as ongoing red team analysis, preemptive classifiers to detect potential threats, blocking abusive prompts, automated testing, media provenance. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. Building out, and that really relies on the journalism community as well to help us implement and scale that to make it work. And watermarking, that is another way that we can build trust and integrity back into the images that people are seeing and the information environment more broadly, so that we don't lose trust and we don't allow AI to be the downfall of some of the systems and societies that we most value. We also advocate, obviously, banning users who abuse the system. So one of the things that we recommend is requiring providers of AI systems to label synthetic content, which is something that we've committed to doing and have been doing for a while now. So really simply, if an image is created by AI, we label it so that people know what they're looking at is AI generated. On the other hand, we can also help candidates and newsrooms and political campaigns to guard the integrity of their own source material and content by helping put on a digital watermark through content credentials. So just like when you're a journalist and you show up at a conference with your credential, that's how people know it's really you, and then you get to go in. This is a similar concept for media, so that people can have trust that what they are saying is actually believable and real, and it's very hard to manipulate. So there's a lot more that I'd like to discuss with you. I see that I am at my 10 minutes, so I want to be accountable to the time clock. But I'm really looking forward to continuing this discussion, to learning from you, and to sharing more about what we're doing during this conference. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you so much. You're the only presenter who actually followed the time. And we hope to hear more from you tomorrow morning, right? Yes. So we do have our final presenter, so Dr. Samuel Mwafisi. He's a legend in the media sector here in Tanzania. So please clap while he walks down. And Dr. Mwafisi is from Dar es Salaam's Tumaini University, Tanzania. It's called Iringa University now, right? Or it's still called DATU. Okay, DATU. So that's Tumaini University, Dar es Salaam. And he'll be talking about the interrelationship between media, democracy, and elections in Africa. Karibu.
Asante sana. When we are in this room, it's very difficult to know whether it's good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Therefore, I can only say jambo to all of you. My presentation is divided into two parts. The first part is going to be about the relationship between media, democracy, and elections in Africa. And the second part will be about how TBC, the public broadcaster in the country, covered multi-party elections. And that was a study I did for my PhD program, and I've made just a brief of it, not the entire paper. So most African countries achieved their independence in the early 60s, and most of them had multi-party political system before independence. However, not long after independence, they adopted a single-party political system that lasted for almost 3 decades up to early 1990s. The drive for introduction of multi-party political system in Africa factors. These factors were the limits of the single-party system, the emergence of alternative views about nature of the society and politics, and the global and regional trends in the 1980s. The crisis of the state was also caused by political shifts, bureaucratic incapability, and budget constraints. Included the Western world pressure on African countries to adapt the multi-party political system, the collapse of the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, which had provided a mode of justification for single-party system in many African countries. After they had established the political party system, African countries held multi-party institution of democracy. Most of these countries, as of last year, have had more than 4 successive multi-party elections. Tanzania is going to have its 7th multi-party elections next year, 2025. But the studies have shown that the inception of multi-party politics in Africa has instigated liberalization and created incentive for politicians to foster the expansion of depending on democracy in the African countries. Study has also shown that repetitive multi-party elections have contributed to increasing the democratic equalities of political regimes and the broadening and deepening of civil liberties in African countries. Multi-party elections have given citizens meaningful choices of choosing leaders of their own choice. multi-party election did not have flaws. Elections are now able to parties to parade democratic credentials without reforming their regimes. It is also our conviction that Africans had high expectations of what multi-party democracy could establish in Africa in terms of democracy. We believe that they were witnessing a new era in which they will have more democracy than before during the. Despite the repetitive multi-party elections, in most cases, incumbent leaders have found ways to win election without opening for extensive political liberalization and participations. Although political reforms and civil rights have been formally recognized, they are imperfectly observed in practice, particularly in between general elections. Therefore, the lessons so far from the most African countries is experience is that democracy can be possible without being democratic. When it comes to the concept, a lot of one Professor Jacobus from, I think it was somewhere in the Eastern countries, says that democracy is a system of government that assigns the ultimate responsible to the public to decide how to they wishes to believe, but is flexible when it makes that independence. Therefore, the media during elections process is obliged to empower the people by providing them with civic education and the candidates for which they vote. The external principles of the essential principles of democracy are the rule of law, respect for human rights, protection of basic human rights, popular participation in the government system, and transparency and accountability in the public policies and decisions that make in the management of the state and the for media plays a very significant role in the proper functioning of democracy. Watchdog, ensuring greater transparency and accountability, providing citizens with information on their candidates, political policies, electoral process, and enabling them to make informed decisions when they cast their votes or engage in public decisions. Media also offer a platform for candidates and voters to discuss important issues concerning matters of great importance or of interest to them. These issues, including among other policies, the Electoral Management Commission. Therefore, the media are essential to democracy, and free, fair, and credible elections process is impossible. So I'll go to the second part, which is the role of public broadcasting during the elections. And I've taken the TBC as a case study. Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation is the only public broadcaster in Tanzanian mainland. We have another public broadcaster in Zanzibar, but I'm dealing with the one in mainland only. And one scholar said that since public broadcasting services is tasked with the responsibility of serving the public interest, they need to have editorial independence to carry out their public interest effectively. And editorial independence has been defined by many people, but the one that I've chosen is the freedom of the editor to decide on editorial matters independently without interference from outside. Therefore, the study assesses the objectivity of TBC editorial content and government political party influence on TBC editorial content during the presidential elections. So the research findings, which I've just briefed you, otherwise it was very much detailed, in the 4 multi-party elections since 1995, 2000, our interview or took part in the group discussions, admitted that TBC coverage of the presidential election was biased in favor of the presidential candidates of the ruling party. Research finding provided the following reason for this bias: the financial power. The study found that factors responsible for the big coverage in favor of the presidential candidates of the ruling party. Study has proved, for the one by Mariam Kono, that a political party that has financial power has a vital advantage compared to the other parties. Then there was a limitation of the budget of TBC. Its own budget, which was allocated from the government, and therefore it could not cover all the areas in Tanzania. And that one, because of the limitation of that finances, they just selected some few areas that they could cover. There was also a shortage of human resources and equipment. They could not cover all the presidential candidates because they had shortage of human resources, they had shortage of cameras, equipment, and whatever. And that also caused the biasness, because they did not cover the other parties as much as the ruling party. The other factor is the status of TBC employers as civil servants. These guys, as civil servants, they could not afford to not to report the presidential candidates. They had more coverage of the presidential candidate than any other president. Presidential candidates of the ruling party and the other political parties, they choose to go with the presidential party of the ruling party. But then one national leader said it's impossible, or it's difficult for a national sponsored, state supported to leave the presidential candidate of the government and cover the other opposition parties. But the other factor was mistrust of the opposition leaders. They did not of the public corporation. There are many. The further one is a leader, a national leader of a political party, who were invited in the studio during the 3 months of electoral campaign, and he sat there, but when the camera was ready to record, he stood up and walked out of the studio. These guys in the TBC thought he had gone out for a short call of nature, but only to find out he has gone home. He had left the place. And when he was to lower my prestige before my voters. There was a Secretary General of a opposition party who argued that parliamentary candidates has refused to be interviewed by journalists from the state-owned media because they had what he called hypotheses that they wanted to prove. They would go there with questions that they just wanted to prove that they would not be free to ask the people ordinary questions, but they would ask questions that would find them a better answer for them. Oh. And the public broadcaster will always broadcast them into slow news stories, and that will give you a little more time. There were many successful campaigners for the presidential candidates, and then there was self-censorship in the newsroom. Then there was government and the political influences in the whatever. That is, for example, the leaders of local governments are members of the ruling party, and therefore they would say that a certain public meeting has not been. The opposition party were not there, or did not hold their elections. Oh, she's very much concerned about time, so let me stop there, because, or let me go to the conclusion maybe. So elections are cornerstone of democracy to empower the people by providing them with civic education that will enable them to take important independent decisions on the candidates they want to vote. Ensuring greater transparency and accountability. Although TBC is an autonomous public broadcaster with editorial independence, its editorial independence is being compromised mainly by the structural bias, self-censorship, and to a lesser extent, the partisan bias and the laws. These are responsible for BBC-based biased editorial content which favored the ruling party and the presidential candidates of the ruling party. Public broadcasting thus broaden and deepen democracy in Africa. Ultimately, most public broadcasting in Africa lack editorial independence because although legally they are public broadcasters, in practice they are state broadcasters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. You know, when you're a legend, you have some priorities over others, such as going just a little bit beyond time, so that's fine. Okay, so around and something. Sandra, picture talked about basically Wikipedia. Where is she? Oh, you're there. I was looking for you here. Okay, she basically talked about Wikipedia and all the political pages in South Africa. We had Dr. Kuhenga and Zuhura Mtatifkolo. We talked about Daily News and the Citizen newspaper and their coverage of the Media Services Act. And we had Amy Larson from Microsoft, a very interesting presentation about AI and deepfakes and how it affects society and political outcomes in general. And then Dr. Samuel Mwafisi, also with an interesting presentation about the Tanzania, well, democracy in Africa, and then zeroing in the Tanzania Broadcasting Corporation, TBC, which I always used to ask a question, is it a public broadcaster or a government broadcaster? I'm still not clear on what's the difference. Anyway, I'm going to leave to open questions to the floor, so if there are any questions, please ask them now and then they'll respond later after we've gathered all of the questions. So, do we have any questions or comments? Anyone? Okay. Yes?
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank the presenters, previous presenters, for the good work done. My comment is goes to the last presenter. Is not possible. Two words, actually. I would like him to say that a free and fair election is not possible without a vibrant and independent that is media, but if it's not vibrant and independent, you cannot have a free and fair election. So I just wanted to contribute that. Thank you.
Questions or comments, contributions? Okay, yes.
Thank you. I also will ask a question to the first presenter, Dr. Sandra Picha. Based on these findings, which are quite intriguing, what would you recommend as a way of addressing inequalities, especially given that we have quite a significant portion of our market know-how on how to critically evaluate the content? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any other questions? Yes?
I'd like to ask last student, does he truly think that the model of public broadcasting can work in the political dispute? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions? We have 3 right now. No questions? Okay.
Sorry.
Sandra.
I want to ask about the last presentation. Oh. If the public broadcasting TBC, if there is no law or obligations due to be somehow fair in covering campaigns between political parties without giving more time to ruling a party.
Okay, thank you. There's a question there.
Anyway, I just wanted to know, I think it's great that Microsoft is thinking about dealing with deepfake in the way that you've suggested. I think that it's really interesting. What I'd like to know, though, and I think others in the room who are journalists would like to know sort of teach its AI without the permission of journalists and creators, and is there something in place to help deal with that ethical problem? Thanks.
I'll add the 6th one to Dotto. News in 3 months. So you looked at, which is a newspaper, and then the Citizen. The Citizen had, right? And Daily News had 4. Now, did you expect the Daily News to have more if it government act, just because they're the media, but then they're or how would have they gotten out of that? Okay, so Dr. Mofisi, you have the most questions, so I'm going to. So there's the first one asked about the if it's possible. You say pardon? Also, it was just a comment that not just free and fair, but they need to be vibrant and so and so. So that was just a comment, but there is a question. The mode of public broadcasting, can it work in Africa?
It cannot work the way it is expected to work, because most African governments and their the ruling parties, they have not allowed the public broadcasters to act as public broadcasters. For example, TBC, if you read their law, the law establishing TBC, all the principles there are principles of public broadcasters. And if it was organization, it could have been more than what it is today. But unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. Legally, it is like public broadcasters. But theoretically, is a state broadcaster. And to make the difference is that the public broadcaster actually is answerable to the public, whereas the state broadcasting is answerable to the state. So when you make a public broadcaster, it cannot work properly. And once it tries, there are cases where, for example, in the last elections, it was very independent, and yet the managing editor, the managing director had some problems with that kind of things. So broadcasters, if it is being allowed to work according to the law establishing it.
Dr. Mofisi, you used to be the director of TBC.
I didn't want to say that.
And you have not mentioned it.
I didn't want to say that. Okay.
When you were there, were you fair? Did you try? Did you have some challenges?
Mm-hmm. And that's why my studies on the territorial independence. Is there a law for the public broadcaster to cover all parties during elections? We have that law, which says during the 3 months is free and should be accessible to all the political parties. And actually would be called by the chairman of the pro commissioner, and they will say during this period, the 3 months, you are answerable to our commission. So you have to give them, the opposition parties, free time. And at least I remember as long as they don't use abusive language. But then when it comes to the realities, we did our best to establish committees and make sure that we are biased. So I asked, what's happened? Because I was the chairman of this committee that was supposed to work to ensure that TBC during the 3 months of political campaigns is independent, but it did not happen. So when I did the research, those are some of the things that have come up. Not to be independent and not to be biased because of the factors that I simply mentioned here.
Thank you. So he's already answered the other question, if there are any laws or regulations during elections for public broadcasters on campaigns. So that has been...
It was essentially open to look at the academics in the room and say, teach your students. But what I would say more seriously is that there are Wikimedia do what they call open callings, and they bring people in from local communities to teach them how to use Wikipedia and best ways of doing in more diverse parts of the world. It is at the moment in Africa. I know recently there was one in Cape Town, and for those of you that are from South Africa know Cape Town is incredibly elite compared to the rest of the country. And it would be very useful if these types of things were set up in other parts of Africa in more diverse places with more languages. Because at the moment, what my other research is looking at is language and the use of language on Wikipedia. And the South African indigenous languages are very small. And these really need to be developed more. But even then, you see the differences in the content. And again, there is author bias because of what people that learn how to use it, the better it's going to become. I'm very much an advocate for, I'm not saying Wikipedia is a completely bad thing. It does have its uses. But the more of us that can use it and know how to use it and to judge it, the better it's going to get and the more useful it's going to get. And yeah, as a final thought, it is more reliable and more accurate than the Encyclopedia Britannica is anymore. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Amy. What is Microsoft's position using AI to teach AI?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. I wanted to share a couple things in response to that question. So one thing that I wanted to share is that our responsible AI team, even though ChatGPT has kind of just become kind of popularized within the last year and a half or so, Our responsible AI team has been in existence for about 8 years, so we've been thinking really hard and carefully, very, very long before this has kind of hard with the product teams to follow. Obviously a lot of this is an ongoing conversation, but if you look at those principles, they're fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency and responsibility. And they're not just words. I think people, from what I've seen, and my team doesn't work on this as much, but from when I've interacted with people working on these teams, they take this very seriously, and it's an exciting time, but obviously to do the right thing. And also in terms of the part of your question about resources for journalists, we actually have a journalism hub that includes a lot of different resources to help journalists and newsrooms, and also works with newsrooms. We've trained over 1,000 journalists around the world on how to use AI to increase their productivity so that they're able to do more of the things that they want to do and spend less time doing things that are less fun, like transcribing and things like that. And I actually brought a printout. I'm so glad you actually asked this question. It reminded me. I have a printout about the Journalism Hub, and also including a free cybersecurity training for journalists that we put together. It's 45 minutes long and available to everyone. So I encourage everyone to pick up one of these one-pagers that I'll try to leave outside tomorrow. We really want to protect journalists, especially as key parts of democracy, key stakeholders in democracy and the information environment.
Thank you. The final question is what I asked Otto. Remember what I asked you?
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
Whether be critical to the enactment process of the Media Service Act. Yes and no. Because actually assume that this is a government newspaper, the public-owned newspaper, and therefore we have this sense of having that it will be just be more positive of the government and all that. And that has been through experience, whereby you find most of these, as the case of TBC, but also the Daily News, and of currently Habari Leo, which is the Swahili one, the recent one. But yes, because of maybe 2 or 3 reasons. The first reason is that these newspapers, even the TBC, they post themselves through the media house style, the media house policy, that well, we are for the public, and therefore we attract, or we are opinions, and therefore at least we could give the benefit of doubt that they will work around that particular notion. But second, looking at the comparison, that we expect that the government newspaper, the public newspaper, will be critical of the government programs as all. But the more surprising thing is that you find also even the private media, like what the case of the Citizen, as we found, will be also the same as critical of the government. And therefore the comparison will be even very private, even more sympathetic of the government, more than even the government. That's why we had that kind of research, so that we can work on it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have run out of time. We need to end our session, and we've finished answering all of the questions. So I would like us to give a round of applause to all of our presenters. Thank you for being amazing. I don't know who to give the mic to. Nkoko, who do I give the mic to? Huh? There's another session? Oh. Okay. Okay, mic. There's another session. So whoever needs the mic, please see me. But we're done for this session. Thank you.
Whoa! Yes, yes, yes! Well,
asked me to ask
yes, yes!
John Semakula,
Confidence 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar! Zanzibar! Hakuna Matata!
Rosemary Mwakitwange, Maya Nganda, okay, here, and Nicholas Ochieng, okay. So it's only Rosemary
Whoa! Yes, yes, yes!
Okay.
Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to
Who's the moderator? Mr. Tendari Smokiza. Is the moderator here? Okay. So I've been appointed moderator for some reason. Okay.
Whoa! Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes!
So we only have 40 minutes. Appreciated because they'll be waiting for us outside of the cocktail. Okay, so we're going to start with the first presenter, who is John Semakula, Uganda Christian University.